but give it back. It's been a good series. I think it'll continue to be a good series. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I Amber herded the bed yesterday. I thought the Yankees were gonna stand for something and be men, but they weren't. I also thought that game would go under, and it definitely did not go under. But man, that rookie for Toronto, holy cow! His what is that? A split change that he's throwing? That's incredible. He could call that pitch, and they wouldn't be able to hit it. That stuff was incredible. If he can do that consistently, he's gonna be better than Gaussman was when in his prime. If he can keep it up. Man, he looked electric. What were you going to say, Brian?
I was just going to say that Trigg had pointed him out months ago,
Yeah.
along with the Mets starters. I mean, it's great having somebody. Obviously, you handicap Japanese league and the Korean league, but having somebody who handicaps the minor leagues like Trigg does is a big advantage for those that have been following on this show.
And
our guy Cam, how about our guy Cam Schlittler? We were talking about him and TB. Props to you. That was a great call. Brian and I both kind of leaned the other way, and he came out and had as good of a that was as impressive of a start that I think we'll see this entire playoffs from anyone. Just given the situation, given the fact that he, I mean, that I think that will go down. And there's still a lot of playoffs left. I'm confident that goes down as regardless of what happens to the Yankees. Of course, it's a different series. That was really impressive stuff right there. You talk about Trey Savage, started the year in low A. And that's just like, it's becoming more important to really, like, I think, kind of handicap the minors now as opposed to maybe 10 years ago, because so many of these guys, not only are they getting up and getting a chance, but like teams are just like, all right, you're here. Game 3 starter, right? Like even the Red Sox.
In the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, game 3 of your season was on the line. Yankees, Red Sox, game 3. Your 2 starters, Cam Schlittler, Connolly Early, both were in Double-A at the beginning of the season. And that's just the norm now. That's just that for most teams, that's the norm. You got a guy that is showing that kind of upside, and it's like we can't afford to leave him off the playoff roster. Brian, remember when the Cardinals did it with Adam Wainwright and everyone was like, what are they doing? Right? When they kind of called him up. What year was that? 06? 2006 maybe?
He was one of the announcers in the game yesterday. I didn't even know he was going into that field, but he was out there talking about the games yesterday. And he was a great pitcher. Unfortunately, he had some injuries at the end, but yeah, you get these guys that can come up, and you might as well let them go. I mean, it's in the NBA and some other places, your rookies play all the time. Why can't your rookies and your younger guys play in Major League Baseball? So, yeah, it's a different game than it used to be.
It's something I thought about regarding Major League from a long time ago. It's like, in football, when you draft a guy, you throw him into the lion's den and you let him play. Aaron Rodgers had that. Many of the great ones went in right away. Dan Marino. I always wondered why they don't give their rookies a little bit more of a shot in MLB. I understand that you need to groom them a little bit, but I think Schlittler's case and Savage's case kind of show that some of these guys are ready right off the bat. They don't need to be groomed. Schlittler, he pitched almost 80 innings this season, and he was really solid, especially at home. But let me make a point about the Yankees. That fielding is terrible. They really, you can just count on an error. You can count on at least 1 or 2 errors every single game. And it's coming to haunt them because they're not hitting. They're hitting only when it doesn't count. You have a statistic for average with runners in scoring position, average RISP, right? They should have a statistic for average when it doesn't mean anything, because Aaron Judge would be king of that. He gets singles when they're down 13-0 every single game. You can count on it. But when the bases are loaded with no outs, like yesterday, he struck out. That's Judge in the postseason. That's really what he has been. He's an awesome player. He's a generational talent, but man, he just chokes. he's the wussy with a P in that respect, because when you got guys on third base with less than 2 outs, he just cannot perform. And you noticed the Blue Jays every time. Well, not every time. I noticed one time they had bases loaded with 1 out and they didn't connect, but every other chance they had, they connected. So that's really telling. That was really my observation from that.
Yeah, I'll comment two comments. So SF Niner, yeah, we are retiring the parlay. We went out with a win on Friday, put us at plus 5.35 units on the season. Not going to give you a 3-teamer when we only have 2 games. We did decide if it gets later in the week and we get one of those days where we've got like 4 games because all the series go long, maybe we'll get one back. But we're still here to break down the games. You're still going to get the picks for both games from all of us. My one betting takeaway before we move into to Dodgers Phillies and get the first game of the day going. My betting takeaway is I still think that the Tigers are the value in that series, even with the fact that they lost with Scuba last night. And it kind of goes off something Brian said. Like I played the Tigers on Saturday, cashed with them. I felt like the series was very much set up for them. Of course, they have Tariq Skubal on the mound last night. They don't end up getting it done, but that's my biggest takeaway of the weekend is that is a very tough matchup for the Mariners. That just the fact that like the Mariners have no left-handed pitchers pretty much other than the 2 guys out of the bullpen, that really helps carry Carpenter, Riley Green. And those are the guys, like it's the regular season. You can look and say, oh, the Tigers have, they've been decent against left-handed pitching, but that's accumulating stats over the course of the season when you're playing games like you're playing teams like the Twins and the Royals in the playoffs. And this goes back to Tokyo Brandon's point. In the playoffs, you need your big players to step up. I think that's typically what wins playoff series is your superstars showing up and getting the big hits. And Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter can do that against right-handed pitching. If all of a sudden they're seeing a ton of lefties, probably not going to happen. Of course, who gets the big hit in game 1? Kerry Bonds. That ball hasn't landed yet. Like that's my biggest takeaway right there. So I'll be looking for ways to play the Tigers, but we're going to talk about that tomorrow because the American League is off tonight. So now that we've got the juices flowing, we've got some people in here ready to break down these games. Let's go to tonight, National League. First, it's game 2. Brian Leonard, the Dodgers, is it safe to say they stole game 1? How about Pajes giving him the sign? That's illegal. Listen, if Matt Strom's going to hold his glove, I happen to have a baseball on my desk signed by all of our summer league kids. These are the college kids that stay with us over the summer. Listen, if he's just going to hold the ball out here and show the guy at second base the grip, that's not sign stealing. That's just part of the game. And that's what it looked like happened. Phillies, Dodgers.
The Yankees are masters at that. The Yankees are the best at that. And it's legal.
It's legal. Teoscar gets the big hit, and suddenly the Phillies are up against it. Similar to what not really similar to the Jays because they were at home, of course. Phillies losing at home in game 1's a big deal. I thought the Dodgers were the better team coming into the series. Now they get the road win. Would you go back to them tonight? How are you seeing Dodgers Phillies?
We'll start off with the park factors. The wind's blowing out to center field in Philadelphia, about 7 or 8 miles an hour, but it should end up with a nice home run percentage. They've got it listed as park factors over at Ballpark Pal, has it at 20% more than a normal game, runs at 7% more than a normal. And the other game is going. The dome's closed tonight, so it's slight advantage to home runs, but lesser for the runs, -8% on the runs. We got Blake Snell. Two. In fact, we're going with all lefties today, so keep track of the lineups. A lot of times, these teams, at least Chicago, the Dodgers, and Philadelphia. They don't play the lefty-righty as much as Milwaukee does, but it still is going to cost probably Max Muncy his spot in the lineup today. and that will have an effect on him. At least less power, but he hasn't been hitting it all lately anyway. It's time for Brandon to talk about him again. But we got Snell and Luzardo, two lefties. We're looking at Snell about a 128 favorite, total of 7.5, slightly to the under. And when you look at Blake Snell, just a terrific pitcher when he's healthy. He's now pitched in 10 seasons with a 3.15 ERA. He's just been terrific. The only downside is his walk rate, 18th percentile. But as we know, if he wants to pitch around a batter, he can do it, and he has done it. And so with that, you have to take that with a grain of salt. Everything else is in the red. Everything's better than 50%. Fastball velocity, 63rd is the worst, but he's only a four-pitch pitcher. Throws his four-seamer 44% of the time at 95.1 mile an hour, which is 2 miles an hour faster than a normal lefty. And he's going up against Jesus Luzardo, who's had a really nice season. Comes in 15-7 on the season, 3.92 ERA, 3.32 expected, 1.22 whip. Doesn't have any extension. He's only in the 7th percentile, but everything else is in the positive. And he's not fantastic in anything, but he's very good in everything. Throws 5 pitches, including his four-seamer 34% of the time at 96.5 miles an hour, which is really fast for a lefty. 3.4 miles an hour faster than a normal lefty. So we've got two pitchers here that have had a lot of success, but I think both of these lineups are probably two of the best to go along with the Yankees in Major League Baseball. And because of the wind blowing out slightly, home runs could be a little bit more of a factor in this one. We're getting a total of 7.5 in Philadelphia, which we don't see very often, but I could see it with these two starters. Philadelphia, as I mentioned earlier, Philadelphia and Toronto have the best home record in baseball. With the Dodgers up 1-0, I'm slightly interested here with Philadelphia, and I'm going to try to find a way to best play that, maybe a team total over, or just take them at plus money as a home underdog, which seems to be a pretty good idea. But so far, that's the way I'm looking at this one.
Well, I think I'm going to go against one of my golden rules, which is don't bet against Jesus. I think I'm going to go against him today because I think playoff baseball, you've got your stud hitters, right? The Phillies, they have Turner, Schwarber, Harper. Those are their stud hitters. The Dodgers obviously have their big 3 Ohtani bets and Freeman. So playoff baseball is all about if you're 7, 8, 9, your 6, 7, 8, 9 guys can come through for you. And that's why the Blue Jays are crushing the Yankees, because there's 6, 7, 8, 9 guys are crushing the ball. So take a look at the Dodgers 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, they got Teoscar Hernandez, they've got Max Muncy, Pages, Will Smith's actually back from injury. He went 0 for 2 in the last game, but I think we're going to see more of him. So would you take those guys, or would you take Bettor, Stott, Marsh, and Kepler? So I think Dodgers advantage here. And if you take a look, what has been the Dodgers' Achilles heel all season? It's been their bullpen has been atrocious. But now they got Sasaki closing games and coming in relief. They got guys coming back from injury. Their bullpen's not quite as in tatters as it was during the regular season. And I've never been a big fan of Philadelphia's bullpen. I know they've won more games than the Dodgers, but honestly, the Dodgers, they do this every year. They just kind of poo-poo the regular season, and then when the playoffs come, they just turn up the heat. I don't know. It looks like a Dodgers win to me because I got the pitchers pretty even. Both of these pitchers perform really well against the batters they're facing. So I think that's kind of a push there. Both lineups, top 3 lineups in MLB. So I think that's a push there. I think the bullpen could be the difference here, and the 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters could be the difference here. And in both of those, I kind of see a Dodger advantage here. Haven't bet it yet, but if I were to, I think that's the way I would go, and I might actually do it.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, TB. I talked about game 1 on a video that I posted to the WagerTalk YouTube channel over the weekend. Kind of said that the Dodgers were the way I was looking in this series. So from a handicapping perspective, and I'll give you guys a chance to follow up to this just because I'm interested in as what you have to say. I typically go into these series with a game plan of like, I think I'm going to want to find a way to play this team at some point. So it's like, that's how I rather than try to like zigzag the series and be like, which happens. I mean, it happens. Like, I think I played the Yankees at one point in their last series and then came back with the Red Sox. That it's possible for me that will happen. But I think the further I get into the playoffs, for me, it's like, okay, here's the series. I know I kind of like the Dodgers. Where can I find a place to play them? I thought that spot might be over the weekend. I ended up with 2 other plays on Saturday, so I sort of left the Dodgers off. In my head, I was like, well, I think game 2 might set up a little bit better for them. But then, of course, you have to take the outcome of the first game into account. Had the Dodgers lost that game, I think I might be more, or let's say they lose a close game. Phillies will burn a couple of leverage arms. I think I might be more inclined to play them here. But now that they've won, I've got to look at it and say, all right, the Phillies, they're going to manage this game like it's the season, because it is. If the Phillies lose this game, I don't think they go to LA and win 2. You go to the bullpens. I kind of agree, TB. I don't think the Dodgers have like the bullpen issues that they maybe had during the regular season, or that we maybe thought they had. One thing I think is interesting about the bullpens, and I think I was listening to Trevor May talk about this. Trevor May was sort of a journeyman reliever. He was on a couple different teams.
He's a solid innings eater for the Twins.
Yeah.
Good.
He was pretty good.
He's also a good
average,
on YouTube.
really,
if you follow him,
Yes,
I love listening to him. Yeah.
That's why I was
videos are
listening to
funny.
him. I was listening to him on YouTube, and he was saying, and someone asked him about bullpens, and he said, without a doubt, hands down, the best experience coming out of the pen in his career was the Dodgers. And he said the reason for that is they were so specific about what you were going to do, whereas a lot of other teams sort of change the plan. And this is going back to the regular season, right? I'm not talking about what's going to happen. I think everyone changes the plan a little bit in the playoffs. Okay, that's normal. Like the managing a playoff game is going to be totally different. But I think if you want to speak to like maybe the bullpen during the regular season, and of course it's been the same probably since he was there. It's been Dave Roberts for a long time, and the same sort of front office management has been in place. The Dodgers know how good they are. If they tell you, hey, today's today's going to be your day. You're probably going to face this batter, and this batter. They're really not worried if it's going to cost them a game in April and May. Why? Because that is just the caliber of team they've had for a very long time. And I just don't think that they're trying to like worry about winning a game in June worry about winning a game that's going to like put their pitchers off of schedule. So what he was saying, as someone that pitched there and came out of their bullpen, he was like, that was the best experience I had, because I always knew that, hey, we're going to look to get you in between this inning and this inning, and you're going to face these 3 or 4 hitters. And it was always the same. So I think you get to the postseason. Now it's a little bit different. Now they're going to be more inclined to like, go. It's all hands on deck, right? We might have to go. Let's say Blake Snell doesn't have it. Let's say he's walking a few batters. Maybe we have to go get them early. But I think everyone there understands like, hey, now it's the playoffs. And I think that like, if you're judging the Dodgers on their full season sort of bullpen metrics, I think that might be, that might not tell the whole story. And I look at the Phillies. I'm with you, TB. I wasn't like sold on this bullpen either. So I don't know that the Phillies have a big edge there. Then I look at the series as a whole. I think the Dodgers are a better team. So the only way I think I could play this would be to lay the -125 with the Dodgers. The only reason I haven't done it yet is because I'm sitting here asking myself, did I miss the better spot to do it in game 1? So I lean toward the Dodgers, but because they have that win, because the Phillies have been so good at home, now going on, 2-3 seasons now, I think if you go back to the beginning of the year, they ended up getting knocked out by the Diamondbacks. They probably have the best home record in baseball. I don't think it's close. I mean, I think they've literally had the best home record in baseball since the beginning of that season. Do I want to play against him in that spot here? It's kind of the same sort of dialogue I had internally with myself about the Mariners last night. I got the win with the Tigers in game 1. Yes, it's Scooble. Yes, this kind of sets up nicely for the Tigers. Do I want to fade the Mariners in this sort of do or die spot at home? Thankfully, I didn't. Mariners get the win. Kind of the way I feel about this series. So I still lean Dodgers, though. And that's just a little insight into how I'm looking at these. Any follow-ups to that in terms of like the plan you guys go into like betting a series once we get to the postseason? I'll go to Brian first.
I just look for value wherever I think I can find value. I will play it. And yeah, there's certain pitchers I like to go against or certain teams I like to go against. But if I don't get the number that I want, I'm pretty strict on that. I won't play it, or I'll find a different way to play it. Both Brandon and I like team totals. We've done team totals, and that's worked out. Brandon with his props about pitcher innings and things like that. It's just different ways to go about it, and we're trying to get the best value as we possibly can. At least I do. Like, sometimes your thought process changes as the series goes on. We talked about the Yankees. They've given us no reason to want to back them at this point. We'll have to see what the line is tomorrow, but if it's value on the Yankees, and I think there's some value, I'll play it, but it's going to have to be one of those hold your nose type of games.
Yeah, when the playoffs start, those props kind of go out the window because there's so much uncertainty about pitchers getting pulled early. Like, I had no idea Schlittler would go 7 innings, had no idea that Savage would get pulled with a no-hitter in the 6th inning. It's very hard to predict these things, let alone that he would strike 11 guys out. So the props, I kind of throw the props away when the playoffs start because it's just so random. But yeah, regarding playoffs, I don't think about series. I really don't. I don't think I've ever bet a series bet in my life. I go game by game, and I'm one of those guys who tends to think that the last game really doesn't have much impact on this game as far as the result. It does as far as personnel and managerial decisions. But I don't think because a team lost game 1, they're going to try harder in game 2. I've never really thought that way because they're trying hard in game 1 as well. Talent is talent. Whether you try hard, if you're the Colorado Rockies, you can try as hard as you want, but you still suck. So I don't really buy the try harder thing. But in certain situations I do, but without rambling on any longer. I treat playoffs game by game pretty much.
Well, yeah. And I mean, I'd like to think that every team is giving their absolute 110% all in the playoffs. I think, and I'm with you, TB. I don't bet series either. I have no interest in a series bet. What I'm saying, and I think it's just good for the viewers and the listeners to get a couple of different perspectives on, because it really is it's an entirely different handicap than what we do during the regular season. Like the regular season, is such a monotonous, long grind where it's like, and for me specifically, going back to something that Brian said, I'm mostly handicapping minor league baseball, minor league players, and then during the season, I'm like, where can I sort of find an edge on the books that maybe something is a little bit unknown here to the books? There's no unknown at this point, or at least there's very little unknown, and that goes just to tie it back in to Dodgers Phillies. It's like mostly know what you're going to get from Snell, Luzardo. The books mostly know what they can expect to get from these two. So for me, I'm just saying that, like, I typically have a plan going into the series. Okay, I want to find a spot to play the Dodgers because my numbers are showing me that there's a little bit of value on them relative to the Phillies. Hey, it might not happen. That's the other thing. I might not bet a game in this whole series. And that's another thing. It's just, we're getting to the playoffs 2 games a day. You might go 3 days without an actual bet because of that. I'll go back to Brian. So just to transition to Cubs Brewers, like for me, this is a series that I don't really have that plan for this series. I think this is as even as it gets. You've got 2 division rivals. I think they know each other very well. I think during the regular season, they matched up kind of like that. And so for me, I may find some value at some point in the series to play aside, but I don't have that plan here. I really don't favor one of these teams over the others. So I'm hoping you two can maybe convince me into a play here. Brewers, Cubs. Let's start with you, Brian. Do you see any edge for one of these two teams, and do you have something for tonight?
I think the Cubs are in a little bit of trouble here. First of all, Kate Horton, Justin Steele, they've lost many innings. Poor Justin Steele out for the season. Kate Horton, we don't know when he's coming back. And Matthew Boyd, I've talked about this, for the last month or so about his innings, and they brought him in, and he didn't have it the other day, and they pulled him, which leaves them with Imanaga, who has really struggled down the stretch, and Jameson Taillon, who for the most part has been basically an average pitcher. When I took a look at the Cubs lineup, they throw the same lineup out there just about every day. Oh, you take a look at what they've done in the last couple of weeks here. Last week they had Ballesteros played one game, Castro played one game. Other than that, everybody else has been in the lineup for the entire time. Michael Busch, Kyle Tucker, and Pete Crow Armstrong going against a pretty tough lefty in this one. And when you take a look at the Brewers, Brewers are a team that I like because the manager keeps everybody on guard. They're always ready to play, and they may see some other guys going today. Jake Bowers is normally in the lineup. He probably won't play here against the lefty, and he hasn't played the last two times. So maybe we can get Isaac Collins in there, who's had a really nice season. Not as great down the stretch as he was earlier, but I'd rather have him than Jake Bowers. So I'm giving a little bit of an edge for the hitters here in Milwaukee. The line on this game is about, it looks like Milwaukee just got hit a little bit. Now it's probably about a 124. I just saw a 131 at DraftKings. I don't know how long that'll last, but about a 124 here from Milwaukee with Ashby against Imanaga and the total of 8. And I'm not a big fan of Imanaga right now. You take a look at what he's done on the season. Last year, 2.91 ERA, 15-3 record. This year, 3.73 ERA, 9-8 record. Obviously, wins and losses, you can't depend on that. But if you take a look at his StatCast profile, he's very good in chase rate, 84th percentile, and his walk rate, 96th percentile. But everything else is league average or below. And his ground ball rate, 4th percentile, barrel rate, 6th, fastball velocity, 8th, average exit velocity, 11th. He throws 5 pitches, but his four-seamer is 49% of the time, and he only throws it at 90.8 miles an hour, which is 2.3 miles an hour worse than a normal lefty. So when I'm taking a look at him and he's got to face these Milwaukee batters, I think it's a pretty sizable advantage here for Milwaukee. Also, Aaron Ashby's a guy that, he's one of those that very much like some of the other pitchers we've talked about. He's 27 now, but he's had a lot of injuries. But this is a guy in his career, 3.62 ERA, 3.08 expected ERA this year, 2.16 ERA on the season. So he's been really good all year long. He doesn't have much extension in the 1st percentile. Chase rate in the 19th percentile is kind of strange considering he's a sinker ball pitcher, throws those 51% of the time, and he throws them fast at 97.5 miles an hour, where the normal lefty's at 93.2. So you would expect a little bit more of a chase rate. He hasn't gotten to that, but that's really the only concern I have about him. Fastball velocity, 91st percentile, barrel rate, 99th percentile, ground ball rate, 99th percentile. So it'll be pretty tough for the visiting team here, the Cubs, to get a lot of power in this game against Ashby. We don't know how long he's going to be in there, but I really like how this Milwaukee bullpen sets up here. They had 3 guys pitch, basically 20 pitches on Saturday. They hadn't pitched in a while, so they're very rested here, obviously, because of those days off for the bye. But they got Trevor McGill back. Uribe's been closing for him. Koning's a guy I like. Mizorowski is going to come out of the bullpen. That'll be a big help for them. And they got Nick Mears back. So they've got a lot of their guys back in the bullpen that are really going to help him here. And I think the line's a little bit cheap on Milwaukee here. ESPN bet just went to 135, but you can still get, it seems like we should have went to first on this, or we could have gotten this one in earlier.
Yeah.
But I still think that there's some betting advantages here. If you live in Vegas, you get a 120 here on Milwaukee, and I see it, some other places. So I like Milwaukee out of the two games. This is the one game where I'll probably give to clients.
Guys, WagerTalk is letting us price our MLB baseball plays for the rest of the year at $9. Anything but a 5% play. So go to WagerTalk.com to see what we've got up. That's just a bargain. 4% plays. They make us charge $25. You can get them for $9 now. So very good price. Tomorrow is $5 Tuesday. So make sure you come back tomorrow and see what plays we have up for $5 Tuesday tomorrow. One other thing that you don't see in the playoffs that you do see in the regular season is the monotony. So managers make quirky decisions sometimes in the playoffs that they never would make in the regular season. So that makes playoff handicapping a little tricky. Coming into this series, I don't know why Milwaukee is making this a bullpen game. Do you think Ashby's going to go more than 2 innings here? I don't, but what do you think, Brian?
Yeah, they stretched him out a little bit lately.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay. I think he's got I don't think he's got the longest of leashes, but I think if he's throwing the ball well, he'll go more than that. Yeah.
So regarding this game, I agree with Brian. We've disagreed a lot since the playoffs started, friendly disagreements. But when we disagree, it's an advantage for you guys listening, because you can find out why we disagree and what our logic is, and you can base your capping on that. I like the Brewers here too. It's a telling sign who teams are starting as their ace in the playoffs. I think the Cubs have probably the worst rotation of any teams left. When Boyd is your ace for game one, I think you're in trouble. Look at other teams. They got Fried, although Fried got bombed yesterday. You got Skubal, you got, Christopher Sanchez, you've got Blake Snell, elite pitchers. And then you got Boyd, who's good, above average pitcher, not an ace. So I think the Cubs are in trouble as well with this rotation. Imanaga has not looked very good lately. He's getting up there in age. I remember in 2016, he won the Japanese version of the World Series, the Japan series. That was 12 years ago or 8 years ago. So he's getting up there in age. I think it's wearing on him. And I think he's just finally getting old. When pitchers get old, especially Japanese pitchers, they are agile enough and they're cerebral enough to, stay alive. But that's not going to cut it in the playoffs. And Milwaukee's just bombing the ball right now. They're probably the second best lineup of all teams in the playoffs right now in current form, behind the Blue Jays. I think the Cubs are in trouble as well. Bullpen wise, I actually have the Cubs bullpen ranked a little higher than Milwaukee's, but I think Imanaga has the potential to get tagged here a lot more than Milwaukee's pitchers do. So I think Milwaukee would be the way to go as well.
A couple things. So someone was talking about the pricing of the plays in the chat. The everything that all non 5% plays should be $9. So someone was saying they still see a couple plays full price. You'll still see the 5%ers at full price. We can't change the price on those. But 4 and lower will all be up for $9. And if you see it and it's incorrect, just email customer support. It means the individual that put it up probably forgot to change the price. Another thing, as far as so I'll make, before I get into my breakdown of this, I just blanket statement. And this is kind of something that I think I maybe mentioned on Saturday, and I'll mention it again. I don't think the Phillies can win a playoff series against an opponent like the Dodgers without Zach Wheeler. I don't think the Cubs can win a playoff series against the Brewers without Cade Horton. So even though I said, I'm not really sure which way I want to go in this, I kind of, as you two were talking, I meant I want to make that point. I think I think not having Horton really, they were able to get around it last round. It really hurts them in a 5-game series. I too am not sold on Imanaga. He's someone that I've sort of looked to fade down the stretch. Bottom 10% and exit velo. Gets hit hard, doesn't give up many ground balls. I know the Brewers, it's not like you've got, I would say collectively, like 1 to 9, they're a threat to hit the ball out of the ballpark. They might not have Cal Raleigh in the lineup, but there is still like plenty of guys on this Brewers team that can go deep. So that's, definitely a concern to me. So going back to your point, Tokyo Brandon, Ashby, yeah, maybe he's not in this game long. Maybe he is. I tend to like guys like him in the playoffs where you've got a manager in Pat Murphy who's got the better team. Okay. I look at the Brewers and I say, okay, they definitely, regardless of what you think is going to happen in this series, I do think the Brewers probably have the better team. And I think it'd be hard to argue with that based on what we've seen all season. They were the better team. I look at like this setup and it's like, okay, so Murphy doesn't really have to commit to Ashby. And I'm not saying that Counsell has to commit to Imanaga, but there's certain scenarios where I think a pitcher maybe, I guess, has earned the right a little bit to go deeper. And maybe Imanaga is that guy for the Cubs. Maybe he's not, but the Cubs have less in the way of like quality bullpen arms. So I do think that like he maybe has a longer leash than Ashby. So the reason I like betting on that in the playoffs is because you get a guy like Ashby, maybe he goes once through, okay? And then they can go, and now all of a sudden, if you're the Cubs, you're going to get an entirely different look out of the bullpen, middle of the game, right? And you might get that for 3 or 4 innings. If he's throwing the ball well, like I'm certain that was the plan with Schlittler and the Yankees the other day, right? I think, if he gotten in trouble second time,
they were ready to take him out.
Yeah, they would have taken him out.
Yeah,
but he's cruising. All of a sudden, he's out there for 8 innings. So I think that ends up being favorable from a betting standpoint in the playoffs because I still think the books kind of price these games like it's a regular season game, right? I think the books look and say, okay, Brewers, Cubs, at least at the open. Now maybe some of the sharper bettors are starting to move the market a little bit, but at least at the open, they're looking and saying Imanaga, Ashby, Brewers at home. All right, we'll go minus 115, plus 105, right? And I think that's what they're doing at the open. I think they did it a little bit with Skubal last night. Now, that didn't end up working out, but that opened Skubal minus 130, which is what I would expect him to open on the road in that matchup in the regular season. I think when people started to factor in the fact that, like, okay, we've got Tariq Skubal on the road, we've got AJ Hinch as the manager, like, I think that's why you saw the Tigers money come in and push that up to minus 150. So I think I'm with you guys. It'd very likely be Brewers or pass for me here. I kind of am with Brian. I wish I already did this. If I was going to bet the Brewers, I kind of wish I took that minus 115, minus 120. The final point I'll make right here, though, it's the playoffs. These are the handle on these games is much, much bigger. So what that means is you will likely see the Chicago Cubs contingent come in at some point today and push this price back down. So don't panic in the playoffs. There's always someone that wants the other side. Almost always. Even yesterday, that Mariners, that Skubal line, I think got as high as minus 155, minus 160, and still came back down as it got closer to game time. So don't chase. I really don't think you have to chase numbers in the playoffs. They almost always come back a little bit. Have you guys kind of seen that as well?
Yeah, I can see that. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, teams with bigger fan bases, let's face it, 99% of the betting public are betting because they like the Yankees or they're Boston Red Sox fans, right? They have no logic and no, price mentality or anything. They just like the Red Sox. So teams with bigger fan bases, you'll see those lines go in their favor, especially up the game time. The Yankee tax gets even more taxed right before a Yankees game.
Well, and I just think that there is so much more recreational money in the play. This is probably bigger, more than any other sport, where you basically have like pros betting baseball all summer, right? Like, and then I'm not saying
Right.
like that there's not recreational baseball bettors, but they're far fewer. Okay. Then you get to the playoffs, and every game is a standalone game on national TV. Now we get to the point of the week where football's, maybe not today because you have Monday Night Football, but like you'll get to the middle of the week, and suddenly you'll have people that didn't bet baseball all year trying to fire on these standalone televised Major League Baseball games. That is like something that can't really be like we shouldn't be glossing over that, because that's really your edge in the playoffs. I truly believe that. I don't think you're going to beat the books on a number. I don't think you're going to beat the books on a number when you've got Snell against Luzardo, Dodgers, Phillies. Where you're going to probably make some money and find some edges is when there's an overreaction that's going to move a line 30 cents. Because I'll tell you right now, a playoff line should not be moving 30 to 40 cents. It just shouldn't.
And if there's a team that you have your heart set on betting because you like them, but the price is too much, a -1 is a good way, a nice little trick to do as well. Because if they win by 1, you get your money back. It's kind of like Pai Gow poker, but it's much safer than a -1.5. So that's a trick that I use when I like a team, but it's -180. I can bring it down to -140 by doing a -1.
TB, I thought of you the other day because the books really don't want to give you that +1.5 in the playoffs. Your -1 prices are a lot better than they were during the regular season. You're actually getting like you're starting to get like 50 cents instead of 30. And so I'm with you in the playoffs. -1 has become a much more viable option, in my opinion.
Do you think the absence of the Ghost Runner has anything to do with that? I don't know, but
no, I think these books don't want to give you +1.5 in these playoff games. I think they're very,
because they're all tight, because all the teams are pretty even, right?
It does have an effect when it comes to totals. Obviously, if you've got a 6 total or a 5.5, and it goes into extra innings during the regular season, you're screwed.
Yes.
Whereas now it's back to the olden ways. So yeah, there has been about a 1 to a 1.5 run differential on the unders in these playoffs.
Yeah. Adam Westbury says Dodgers World Series ticket +240. Listen, like I can't argue with that. I still think I think they're probably the best team right now. If you were like to pin me down, who is the best team currently left in the league? We have 8 teams left. Who's the best? It would be hard for me to not say the Dodgers, and that's probably why
Blue Jays look really good, but Blue Jays rotation I don't think is going to hold up. But man, they look good at home.
Let me ask you this, because we got a couple minutes left. Do either of you have any interest in a Yankees ticket to win this series right now?
Hell no.
Down 2-0.
Hell no.
I played it earlier, and it was a bad decision on my part. Luckily, I only played a small one. But yeah, I won't. And I'm not saying I won't bet on them tomorrow if we get a good line, but yeah, to win 3 in a row or whatever they need to win, I don't think that's going to happen.
I wish they gave errors props, because I would take Yankees over 2.5 every game.
The only reason I would sprinkle on it, if you went, let me say this. If you went into this series liking the Yankees, now I didn't, but I'm just saying, if you went into the series thinking that the Yankees were the play in the series, I would absolutely throw something on them right now, because you're going to get them in the Bronx, back-to-back games, and they are going to have the pitching edge most likely in both games. Or at least they're not, let's put it this way, they're not going to be at a pitching disadvantage in either game. Right now, you're looking at game 3 tomorrow, Rodon against Shane Bieber. I'm still going to give Rodon the edge at home there. The Yankees will be favored in that game. And then in game 4, you're looking at Schlittler against they'll come back probably with Gossman. I mean, pretty close. I don't think that the Blue Jays necessarily have an edge there. All of a sudden, like, I'm just saying.
The fact they got blown out with their best pitcher out there just makes me shy.
That doesn't matter. Yeah. That's one game. That doesn't matter.
Makes me shy.
I'm talking about the way these are set up. Listen, the way that these 5-game series are set up, and this is just to speak to series prices, series betting, because I think a lot of people will get involved in that. So we might as well we'll talk about it while we've got a couple minutes. I still think there's an element of like you're holding serve at home a little bit. So I don't think you should just abandon the Yankees because they went and lost a couple games in Toronto. They haven't even played a home game yet. If they win tomorrow, it's like very much going to be series on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's game on. You're right.
You mean to tell me you wouldn't get to game 5 with Fried and feel like pretty good about yourself? Like he had a bad start, but I mean, he's
You're right.
Elite.
It's kind of like tennis, if you can win, a set, you change the whole match. So yeah, you're right. If the Yankees can win tomorrow's game, it's series is on. You're right.
It'd be different to me if the Blue Jays were sitting on like a Zach Wheeler or like a Skubal or someone that they were really going to have to then come out and beat in that game. That's what I think the undoing is of the Blue Jays at some point, is that they don't have that guy. And yes, Savage was very good yesterday, but I don't think he's that guy yet. I mean, he's had very limited.
He's not going to pitch that way every game, but he is uber talented, no doubt. Man, that one pitch he has, I think he got 55% of his strikeouts with that. What was it? A split change or whatever. Man, that
basically
thing is
his
nasty.
Splitter, and it is. I mean, if he can throw that for a strike at the bottom of the zone, there's no one's going to hit it.
Holy, he could, like I said, he could call that pitch and they can't hit it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're probably right. If the price was like plus 300, if the Yankees win tomorrow, they're back in the series. There's no doubt about that. And Rodon is probably the advantage pitcher over Bieber, but we can cover that tomorrow's show.
That's right. We will. Yeah. So while we have a minute, I'm going to promo a couple of things. One, we'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. Toward the end of the month, we are going to start doing the college basketball show. Myself, Brian Power, and Rob Vino. And we're going to do a couple of live preview shows in this format. So if you're like me and you're going to get off this stream and start researching the American Conference, which I think is probably what I'm going to do for the rest of the next couple hours, we're going to try to do some preview shows. If you remember the last couple of years, I did all these preview videos. I said, I don't know if enough people are watching them. I'm not going to do that this year. I think we are going to go just live shows and let you guys, we're going to do like the Power 4 show and then just let you ask questions kind of in this format. Because that's what we're going to try to do, is take this show, the same format, and then do it during college basketball, which is kind of insane because there's 364 Division I college basketball teams. But you know what? We got Rob Vino, and the guy's brain is an encyclopedia. So I think we're going to be just fine right there. So
Brian, do you do college basketball?
I do college basketball, and I've had a lot of success on it. And tomorrow's hockey season starts, so real excited about that. I don't know if they still have my special going, but if you buy the hockey season at a discount, actually, and you get the rest of the baseball for free, it's still up on the site. If it's not there, just talk to the girls, and they'll honor that for you. Real excited about everything else going on right now, and I'm going to have to run, but yeah, let's get some good baseball going today, and hopefully we get some winners.
Yep.
$9 for MLB plays, non-5% MLB plays, $9 for the rest of the season. So go to WagerTalk.com. Tomorrow is $5 Tuesday. We'll promote that in tomorrow's show.
Yeah, and if you missed any part of the show, we did pretty thorough breakdowns of both tonight's games. Phillies, Dodgers,
we did.
Brewers, Cubs. If anyone's got a play up today, since I don't think anyone's got a 5%er in baseball today, it will be $9 on our respective pages. And we will see you guys back here in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. Enjoy the games tonight. See you guys tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Ralph Michaels from WagerTalk. Welcome to Behind the Bettor, known as Stat Daddy, known as the TNA guy. And I'm going to share some questions with you that many of the handicappers of WagerTalk have been going through just to get to know me a little better. Thanks for tuning in. What is my all-time favorite sports book? Well, I can tell you this. Coming to Vegas in the 80s and 90s, my first Super Bowl bet ever was Imperial Palace. What they did and what he did moving from Imperial Palace here to the Westgate Superbook, a great job. I remember being overwhelmed with the sports book at Imperial Palace. So my number one go-to, favorite all-time sports book, the IP. What was my first job in the sports betting industry? Well, I can tell you this. Lived in Cleveland. When I was 16, I started working at Pizza Hut. I met Brian at that point. He was betting sports. He got me into betting sports. He started a basketball service, and he was a friend of Phil Steele's, who had North Coast Sports and the Power Sweep. Phil wanted people to start selling picks on the site, non-football picks. I had just moved back from California, hence California Sports started in about 1984 was my first season of being California Sports. Is there a specific NFL season that comes to mind? And which was it? It was 2022 for me, and it's been a great 3-year stretch in the NFL. And what I did, as the sports books became legal in other states and we had many more betting options, I started finding unique ways to have value in the NFL. Not only using teasers, but using first quarters, first halves, team totals, all the extra options available to us has made it a great 3-year run in the NFL. 2022, though, my best season by far, 64.6% on the year. Best advice for sports bettors? There's a lot of advice, but to me, it's simple. Just be consistent. Find out your average bet size, what you can afford to lose. Do not bet more than you can afford to lose. And when you're losing, do not chase losers. Lower your bet size proportionally. If you're winning, go ahead and raise your bet size. So do one of two things. Make all the bets the same size, and figure exactly how much you're going to bet for each sized wager, and then have a profitable season throughout the year. College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays, it's easy for me. I'm a college football guy at heart first. I love college football starting first thing in the morning, going to midnight, games on all day long, and extra value. Plus, with 130 teams, you can find some value from some of those smaller conferences. If you could bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? Well, that's changed actually. I used to be known for college basketball, but since the transfer portal, I can tell you, I've had some very mediocre years the past couple years. So it is college football for me. It's still my number one go-to. I love reading the newspapers. I love reading coaches' quotes. I follow the players very closely. And when you're looking at college football, the important thing to remember is cluster injuries in college football, much more important than in the NFL, where the backups, there can be a big drop. So college football for me. What's the best sporting event you ever attended? Well, I used to manage Phil Steele Publications, the magazine Phil Steele College Football Preview, as well as Power Sweep and North Coast Sports. And when I was managing Phil Steele Publications, I actually was credentialed as a media person to go in the press box. So it was Oregon against Ohio State for the national championship in Dallas, sat in the press box, rooted on the Buckeyes against Marcus Mariota and the Oregon Ducks, and I was able to share that time with my son. I got him on as a photographer on the field. He was 18 years old, the youngest ever to be a photographer at a national championship game. So no question, Ohio State, Oregon, national championship in Dallas, hanging out with my kid. My most memorable sports bet. Remember before when I told you to be consistent and don't bet more than you should on any game? Well, when the Colts were playing the Saints in the Super Bowl, I was online the minute they posted those lines, and I bet 4 times my bet size, thinking this line is absolutely going to move, and I was going to middle some back. Well, guess what? It moved the wrong way. I was wrong on the line move. I got stuck with 4 times my bet, but it ended up being a winner. So I made a mistake. We're all going to make mistakes. You just have to learn from them. This one turned out to be fortunate. Who would be on my Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? Well, again, I've been very fortunate to talk to Billy Walters several times. We've gone out to dinner. To me, he is the pinnacle of setting the bar on what a successful sports bettor can do. The way he manipulates the market, to me, he's number one. Roxy, again, I'd never met Roxy, but as far as learning what he's done, has to be on the list. And I'm going to go contemporary for two guys. You know, Jim Feist used to, as big as anyone in the industry, but what I appreciate from Jim is that the way he started the pro line on TV, the way he brought sports betting into the mainstream, and then my fourth person on my Mount Rushmore and a good friend, may he rest in peace, Dave Koken. I used to do radio with Dave on ESPN here in Vegas 2 or 3 times a week, and I'll tell you what, at his age, I've never met anyone as sharp as him. I would take notes and bring my laptop in and try to figure out what we're going to talk about to come up with some interesting info. Dave, off the top of his head, never brought in a note, never brought in a laptop, knew every team, every player, every situation, a remarkable mind. We miss you, Dave, very much, but you are on my Mount Rushmore of sports betting. Do you remember a day most profitable you in sports betting? Well, this is sort of a repeat. It's that Super Bowl game I told you, the Colts and the Saints. So to me, again, it was a mistake. Ended up being one of those makes that you remembered for a positive reason. What's the best gambling movie ever? You know, I went through and I actually had to look at the list because nothing jumps out to me. And while this really isn't a true gambling movie, I actually am going to say Rain Man. Maybe 21 would be in the mix, but I'm a Rain Man kind of guy and I enjoy the movie and with the blackjack and the situations that he did. So that's my take on that. Do you remember your first sports bet? I don't. But I've been a long time bettor. I used to have a Cleveland Press paper route. Cleveland had the plain dealer in the morning, the press in the afternoon. When I was in the 5th grade, I had a press route, so I was hot shit having money when I was in 5th grade, walking around with cash in my pocket, and I used to play football tickets. By the time I got into 7th grade, I was actually passing out the little football tickets, 3 right, $5, 4 right, $10, and they kept your initial wager. So we know they're a scam, but that's what got me into this business. And finally, other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? It used to be blackjack, but I like relaxing now playing Pai-Gow. I know it's not an odds game, but it's very slow paced. There's a lot of pushes. It's a fun table game. There's nothing you can really do wrong. So Pai-Gow for me. So guys, I appreciate it. Thank you for watching all these shows. And now you realize why almost 200,000 people are subscribers to WagerTalk TV. You should as well. Thanks for tuning in.
I'm your host, Andy, being joined, as always, by my fellow breaking down Chiefs and the Jags. A lot of big-name guys here. Some disappointment for fantasy football and for props so far this year. We'll get into some of those, but Andrew, I actually think this is a fairly bettable game. I think there's a couple of premium props that I really like, and then some that I lean. So I think we can dig up some pretty good ones here. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Andy, I like looking at Monday night game, and we, like you said, we see some opportunities, some prop opportunities. I know we do the show Mondays, and it's the last game of the week. People are excited, but as people have seen with you and I, some weeks we just don't have a lot. And, this is one of those weeks where there's a handful I like, and then that's about it. I don't really have many leans and like this and that. It's mostly like, these are the plays I like, and that's what I've decided on. But it is kind of interesting. I will say it's definitely funny to live in a world where people are just bashing on the Chiefs. Like, I was talking with a friend over the weekend. People love to like bash on greatness and anything. Like, it was a guy that loves soccer. He was kind of educating me on EPL and stuff. And I was like, well, same thing as LeBron James. People don't like him because he's great. Well, look at the Chiefs right now. Like, do you think there's value on some of these Chief props in general because of like how low people are on them right now overall?
Yes, there's one in particular that I think they're getting disrespected on, and I mean, look what happened. The sky is falling on the Chiefs, and if they win tonight, what are they, tied for the lead in the division with the Chargers losing? It's just like,
yeah,
here we go. And they're going to get Rashee Rice back, and like I've said, they're going to end up with probably the best receiving core at the end of the season. Them and the Bucks are gonna have the two best wide receiving cores. So, well, let's get into some of these props here, and let's start with the passing props here. Two quarterbacks, Trevor Lawrence and Patrick Mahomes. I'm a little bummed because the books have caught on to that Trevor Lawrence just doesn't throw 2 touchdown passes in a game. And so under 1.5 touchdown passes, unfortunately, it's like minus 160 in the markets. But this is a play that's 3-1 this year, taking the under 1.5. The Chiefs have only given up 4 touchdown passes, so I don't know if you want to use that as a parlay, if you just want to lay the juice, but I'm in on Trevor Lawrence to not throw 2 touchdown passes. He did the same stuff last year. He was injured in some of these games, but that prop went 6-4 in the 10 games that he played, so I still think you can look at Lawrence and under 1.5 passing touchdowns. If we want to alt line it up and take him under 2.5 and put that in the same game parlay or anything like that, I wouldn't be upset. What do you like in the passing props?
One that stuck out to me was just the Patrick Mahomes over the 36.5 passing attempts. With Mahomes over the years, he did have a handful of running backs that, the game plan would create them to have very, very dragged out and long possessions. These days with this Chiefs team, if they do have those long possessions, it's just due to short passes. It's due to long drives because they're not having those explosive deep balls. But we saw what happened with Pacheco last week, and a handful of carries and I think 30 plus yards, not much going on there in the running game, which will force him to continue to throw the ball. He's surpassed this number in 3 or 4 games. And I think that, whether or not they're leading by a ton or it's a close game or not, I feel like this number is certainly manageable, Andy, and just based on the game plan that we've seen. Talk about the receivers and how you expect them to have, one of the best in the game here soon. I think that'll take time. I think that's down the road, and maybe that's where the attempts go under because they're actually having some game-breaking plays. But as for now, we're kind of seeing the slicing and dicing sharp plays from the Kansas City Chiefs, which you kind of love if you're a guy playing the attempts. So looking at how the running back room's been operating these days for the Chiefs, I'll take the over on Mahomes' attempts.
I'm with you. I don't normally say, oh, you're getting a lot of value on Mahomes props. I think you are. I'm with you 100% on this one. I'll also throw at you, it's basic, but over 248.5 passing. Worthy comes back for the Chiefs. All of a sudden, Mahomes goes for a season-high 270 yards. The Jags, they have a decent pass defense, but they really haven't played a great quarterback. They gave up 309 to Purdy last week. So I was really surprised. You don't see low numbers on big-name quarterbacks. Normally, you're paying a premium for them to go over. I'll also throw him to not have an interception. Minus 113, basically a pick 'em. And he's only had 1 interception this year. Remember when he just kept throwing all these interceptions because receivers kept dropping them and it just kept bouncing off hands? It was like, it's guy's
Not
got
his
10
fault.
interception. Yes, this guy's got
Yeah.
10 interception in 9 games. Not happening this year. So I'm with you. Patrick Mahomes, I think, is very attackable. And like you mentioned, the running backs, we're going to get to those here in a bit. They've been very, very disappointing. They're not getting much going. And with Worthy back, it just has opened up everything. So, yeah, Andrew and I are in on Patrick Mahomes tonight. Let's move to the receivers that will be catching passes. I drafted this man in the second round of my fantasy league that I'm with all my college buddies, and it's the worst fantasy football team I have ever had in my entire life, Andrew. I'm talking about Brian Thomas. This guy's a fade, under 56.5. He's not going over this yet this season. Chiefs are 9th best defending wide receivers, and it's just not happening. I don't know what it is, if he's not getting along with the coaching staff, he's not getting along with the quarterback. It's just been a disaster. So Brian Thomas is a fade until we see it, which is too bad because he's as skilled as it gets. We've seen it. It's not coming together for him. What do you like for receiving props?
It's something that we can't help ourselves but bring up, which is fantasy football, Andy. It's hard not to when a player's kind of giving you a hard time. Here's what I wanted to bring up, and this is kind of, look, I don't have a lot in the receiving game. I like just honestly the big name guys, but what I wanted to bring up here was how much we've seen the running game be so uneventful for the Chiefs. That do we start to look towards some of their running backs as just pass catchers? Like, something tells me that it could be a good idea to explore the Isaiah Pacheco over 1.5 receptions. If I'm going to sit here and tell you over 36.5 pass attempts for Patrick Mahomes, and we did see 1 reception last week, okay, out of Pacheco. But if we're seeing this running game be completely inexistent at this point, do we look towards the absolute buy low at 1.5, or do we just wait until the next segment and say, hey, maybe that running number is pretty low? But the way I look at it is this: if he's not running the ball very well, maybe they say, let's just start using this guy as a pass catcher. A couple short passes, couple dump offs, dink and dunk over 1.5. And I'll make this very clear. This is most certainly a reception, not yards play. And it's not because the yards is a lot more and much to get. It's because he could go negative. I mean, we're talking about just catch the ball here. So I wouldn't talk anybody out of that. But other than that, I think we might see kind of going with the reliable ones. I like Travis Kelce, but I don't really like the receptions. I actually like the yards here. We've actually been seeing him lately kind of break out for that 15, 20-yarder each game. And I think that if he can be that guy for them, it's probably means something's going on with the team. They don't really need him being that guy anymore, but maybe look at his longest reception or something like that. But what do you think about kind of tying and correlating together the over on pass attempts, and then maybe taking a look at some running backs to get involved?
Yeah, if you're having attempts, I like the running backs. I like Xavier Worthy over 4.5 receptions. He's going to play. They've come out and said he's going to play. They said it just, his ankle swelled up on the Chiefs' flight to Jacksonville. I mean, I think my ankle probably swells up on a flight to Jacksonville. I wouldn't worry too much about him. I think it's much ado about nothing. So he's added to the injury report, but it looks like he's going to play. I actually... yesterday when I was doing notes for the show, I have Travis Kelce over 3.5 receptions, but that line has moved up to 4.5, so it's kind of a stay away. But yeah, you're right. Kelce's been better than, I think people expected. He's not the elite guy was, but he's been better. And the Jags give up 5 receptions per game to tight ends. So the Jags pass defense is not as good as the rush defense, and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid will surely take note. So, yeah, if you like the attempts, then, yeah, you got to pick some guys who are going to catch the passes. So, yeah, Kelce, Worthy, some of these guys, these running backs, yeah, absolutely. I would take a look in that direction. Andrew, what do you have up today? It's Monday. We got a great Monday night football game. It's NHL season. You got to be chomping at the bit with NHL right around the corner. What do you have up for everyone at WagerTalk?
Yeah, it's funny, like once hockey season's about to be over and it's playoff time, I'm like, you know what? I'm done with it. I could use a little bit of a break. And then 1 or 2 months later, I'm like, man, bring it back. So guys, I have a new show I'm actually launching tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, which will run every single weekday. It's called The Pre-Scout, looking at the next day, looking at all the games going over the card, taking questions from the live chat. So you guys have us with puck time at 11 a.m. Eastern. We want the night crowd at 10 p.m. Eastern. You guys can join me with that. Big futures pack out today in the NHL. Any futures bet that I make pre-flop, preseason, you guys will get in that one package. So you can join me with that. And looks like we'll just have one best bet up as far as the prop market's concerned for tonight's game. If I kind of do fall in love with anything else, you guys will get that as far as all access clients are concerned. And Andy, you're running super hot in UFC. And I love when we're doing a Monday show and you say you got a UFC play ready, because that means you're locked and loaded. You've been looking ahead here. We got a great deal as well. The $500 off a year pass, $125 a month, plus 25% bonus coupon. So if anybody wants to jump in long-term as well and works great for someone like yourself, so many sports you're doing, not one, not two, multiple different sports, manage and bankrolls properly. What do you have going right now?
Yeah, we're running great in UFC best bets. We hit our 5% easily on Saturday, and we already have one up for this week. These next 2 weeks are really, really great cards. Very, very excited. So 5% best bet is up, and we have our Monday Night Football best bet that is up 6-1 in primetime games this season. Not undefeated, but I'm almost there. 6-1. We had a great week. We're 5-2 this week. I've said my goal for this year is 58-59% range with NFL props. This weekend did a great job getting us really close there. So we're going to cash tonight. We cashed our bet last week on Monday Night Football. We hit both of our primetime props this week. So we're 6-1 in primetime. It's only $15. So you want to cash with us, go ahead and jump on board. That's over at wt.buzz/AL. Again, 5-2 this week so far on props. And we're looking to get this one home for a really, really nice 6-2 week, as well as our 5% UFC best bet. All right, let's talk about these running backs here, Andrew. I'll go first. I think they're too low on Kareem Hunt on his rushing yards. I got 27.5 here. This guy's gotten 30-plus yards the last 3 games. They've been awful. They're really doing nothing, but I think this is a slight overreaction. I actually think this Jags team is way overrated. This is not a great 3-1 record. The teams they've beaten have not been that impressive. Looks like Kansas City got back to their winning ways last week. They look really good, albeit against a really bad team. I think there's a chance that Kansas City is up in the fourth quarter and they're running the clock and running the ball. So I like Kareem Hunt over his 27.5. I can't believe we're still playing Kareem Hunt at this point. But listen, he's getting the carries. Pacheco, I don't know what happened. I don't know if he just hasn't recovered from that leg injury last year, but he's not been effective. And as long as Kareem Hunt's getting the ball and as long as the Chiefs trust him, I will too. What do you like for rushing props?
I love it, Andy, because there was a time and a place when we were betting his number at like 80 yards, and now it's like he still has value just at lower yards. So it's kind of hey, no matter where you are, what you're doing, this guy's bringing value to us. It's kind of interesting because, like you said, you could try and pick off a Kareem Hunt, or even say, you know what, let's buy low on Pacheco. Like, man, this number is low, but I'll tell you what, with this Chiefs running game right now, I would go Hunt or nothing, but it seems to me like it's just really not going well. But I'll tell you what, I've got them ranked, 22nd as far as the rushing yards allowed per game. And we're talking about undervalued potentially on the running backs for the Chiefs. Maybe there could be a bit overvalue here for Travis Etienne. I mean, looking at 65.5, that number continues to kind of get hung around that number. But I like the over. And the biggest reason is just the carries, the usage, how often he's getting put out there. And look, I know I might not have the best track record of bashing on quarterbacks because a guy named Drake May just lit it up last night, who's the guy I've given a hard time to. But Trevor Lawrence hasn't really been a guy this season, Andy, that they've wanted throwing the ball every single play. Let's put it that way. And in the games that they've had success, they've still put up 25-plus points. He doesn't have a ton of yards. He doesn't have a ton of attempts. He's just very consistent, playing smarter. So that leads to the running game being active. So this, to me, is one of those ones. Take the RB1 and take the over. I think he has a good game tonight.
We're going to go over some anytime touchdown props, and we're going to build our same game parlay. We haven't hit the long shot yet, but we're going to. We just need to hit one of them this season. And then we're going to do a look ahead to next week. Let's take a look at some of these anytime touchdowns here. Andrew, I'll go first. Jags have only allowed 1 rushing touchdown, but 7 passing. That leads me to these plus money plays on guys like Travis Kelce and Marquise Brown. Kelsey's plus 180, Marquise Brown plus 255. Again, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes are going to notice things like this where the Jags just are not allowing rushing touchdowns, so that comes through the air. I think if you're looking at the Chiefs and you're expecting them to score, 3, maybe 4 touchdowns tonight, I think you look at the receivers and the tight ends. What do you think?
Yep, tight ends, 100%. I'd look towards that. I don't want to go against it, what you said, but I do think it's funny just because how much we've been bashing on the running backs. I think it would be hilarious to see Kareem Hunt get in. Like, just see both running backs just have, like, abysmal games and then just see a goal line play where they – and like you said, with the Chiefs, they pretty much have to be, like, on the goal line to be willing to run the ball, and especially against this team. But I actually do see some value there on the plus 190 price tag there. This is my quote unquote long shot of the day here. Plus 295 Travis Hunter to get into the end zone. Andy, what do you think?
They got to do something with him. I mean, at some point,
might as well use
them. Hey, we traded everything for him, and meanwhile, Agbuka for the Bucks is just torching the league. He's a top 15, he's a top 15 wide receiver. Meanwhile, Travis Hunter, let me pull up Travis Hunter's stats here and see exactly what they're using him for.
But it's not as much, like, you hit it on the head though. It's not as much what he's doing poorly. He's just not being used.
Not using it. Yeah. 3, 1, 3, and 6 catches. His most yards is 42 yards. It was last week. He doesn't have a touchdown. They're going to have to design some plays to get him in the end zone. So maybe that's one you just start playing every week. Just say they're going to run some plays to try and get him in space. And
I bet you can get plus 300 at one book for sure. I see plus 295 where I am. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wanted to take ETN, but the books are way out in front of that. It's basically even money, and I don't want to lay that kind of price. Tonight's a good one. Kelsey up to plus 190 on DraftKings. Yep. Marquise Brown plus 190. So I think those would be the places that I would look here. So let's see. Let's build a same game parlay here. Had a nice cash for clients. I cashed the over half an NFL announcer to attack an Uber Eats driver in my home city of Indianapolis. That was fun.
Whoa. Yikes.
I'm just saying it was a small sprinkle and cash the over. All right. All right, let's do it. Sorry. It's a big story around here, Andrew. It happened just like
no. And you know what? Everybody always takes the side of the celebrity until you see the notification on your phone. He is arrested. He was the one that started things out. It's like, okay, maybe we don't always take the side of the guy that's famous. Maybe that's the right idea. We can't always. The other guy can't really make his case for himself.
Well, around here it was like, downtown's getting dangerous. You got to watch out. And then it's like, oh no, actually, downtown's perfectly fine unless Mark Sanchez is walking around blacked out. All right, let's do a same game parlay. We each pick 2 legs. I'll go first. I mentioned him, Andrew. I'm going Travis Kelce anytime touchdown plus 190. I just can't ignore that 7 passing touchdowns and 1 rushing touchdown allowed by Jacksonville. So primetime game, give me Kelce to get in there at plus 190. All right, what's your leg? What's your leg, Andrew?
Sorry about that, Andy. I just lost you for a second there. I'm going to go with the 36 plus passing attempts. I like that one a lot. It's one of my best plays of the day. It's a free play of the day. I'm going to rock with that for Patrick Mahomes. 36 plus passing attempts.
36 plus passing attempts. Okay. Let's get some defense involved here, Andrew. Give me Karlaftis to have a sack. It's plus 136. This guy has a sack in 3 out of 4 games. He's the most athletic guy that's on that defensive line. He's been getting the most pressure. And if anyone's going to get a sack, I think it's going to be Karlaftis. So can't ignore that 3 out of 4 games. Lawrence is mobile. He can move around. And the fun thing about sacks is if a quarterback runs out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage, the nearest defender gets credited with a sack. So you have that little thing going for you there. So, all right, Karlaftis to have a sack. That gets us to 9-1 What's your last leg here? We're gonna get a really juicy one.
Okay, I feel like I've only really been taking overs with these since we started. I'm going to give you an under on receiving yards. Travis Etienne, under on his receiving yards. Let me know what your number you're going to be able to get me, Andy. I see like 13 and a half, 12 and a half,
Okay.
13 and a half. Look, if I'm so high on him continuing to get those carries, if they're feeding him the ball in the ground game, we've seen, they have countless options to pass the ball to. He has not really been that guy this season, at least not in his last 2 games, and as a pass catcher role. And if he does, it's a bailout. It's just to avoid getting sacked. It's a quick catch. They're not gaining any forward progress. So maybe we'll try and mix the juju up here a little bit, Andy. I'm throwing it in an under on the same game parlay. Travis Etienne, not to do much here in the receiving game today.
It's a good one. Gets us to 17-1. So we got Travis Kelce, anytime touchdown score. Patrick Mahomes, 36+ attempts. 1+ sack for George Karlaftis, and under 12.5 receiving yards for Travis Etienne. There is
17-1.
17-1, baby. Let's go. Let's go. We hit this, we're free rolling the rest of the season. So we're going to do look aheads. This is the most important part of the show that we do to get ready for next week. We're going to do that. Guys, please hit the like button. Really helps the algorithm out. Put a prop down in the comment section. Let us know what you like tonight. Give me a long shot parlay. Give me one of your favorite props that you like for tonight. Always love reading these comments and seeing what you guys are on. But again, hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do that. You get notified when all these shows go live, when all these shows are released. And we have a million breakdown videos to help you get ready for your bets. All right, let's take a look at the look aheads here, and we go to Thursday night football, and I believe it's Dan's Eagles on Thursday night football. It's going to be, the Eagles and the Eagles at the Giants. Dan's team coming off of a loss that I told Dan I actually think they needed to lose that game, and they needed to. They need some, a little wake-up call, something to rebound, and now they go to the Giants, who looked pretty bad. So in that game, I'm going right back to Jalen Hurts, anytime touchdown. Barkley, under. I hate to say it, Saquon Barkley's not looking very good this year, Andrew.
Yeah, I was gonna say this could be a get right game. This could be one of those. I've said it before on the show. I noticed that in games where the point spread is like a touchdown or higher, I noticed the running game just completely goes off for the Eagles. Okay, and we see Jalen Hurts not need to throw the ball very much. In games that are closer to a pick is when Jalen Hurts has to actually be a quarterback. So maybe this is an opportunity for them to feed the ground game to get Barkley back going again. Do you think that I look maybe towards Hurts rushing yards then? And if you're not feeling it with the Barkley number, I've just noticed over a lot of games, and this isn't really a small sample, that when the Eagles are decent sized favorites, it seems like, the numbers, I understand they would be inflated due to the spread for the running game, but I feel like they seem to always do really well on the ground. So, but if you go on the headlines, like I was searching when prepping for this show, look at the headlines. Dan, I don't know if you can pop on here right now, but the headlines are insane. Like they're acting like Barkley is done. This guy was unbelievable. Like the headlines I saw on all these articles, I am like, what is going? I was like, did like something happen with Saquon Barkley? Is he okay? Is something going on? Like
calling for him to retire. After
like everybody, the way they were talking about him was nuts. Like these articles, should we be worried?
Well, he's had he's like 3.7 yards per carry. That's not good.
Yeah.
They got bigger fish to fry. Come on. This is a Super Bowl or bust team. Why would you run this guy into the ground right now? Oh,
offensive line injuries.
Dan, this is why we love NFL overreactions. I just love it. I'm here.
I mean, I said they were going to lose to the Broncos. I said they're going to lose to the Giants. So we'll see.
Ooh, oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know. I don't know if the Philly fan base could take losing to the Giants. All right, Broncos and the Jets. This is over in London. I have happily stayed away from any of these overseas games. I'll do the same thing. I will tell you this, rinse and repeat, Andrew, is Justin Fields to not throw an interception. He doesn't throw the ball a ton, and when he misses high or very low. He just doesn't throw a lot of hospital balls. That being said, I had him over 1.5 touchdown passes and under interceptions yesterday, and we get there in the garbagiest way possible. Complete blowout. He gets 2 touchdowns late. I probably will not be playing Justin Fields props. Probably nothing in this game for me. I don't like these overseas games. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't like the overseas games as well. I also don't like it when they're boring. I prefer to like wake up and watch a high-scoring game. The Jets continue to kind of struggle against the run. They're very similar to where I was about talking about the Chiefs. I think they're next to them, either one notch higher or one notch lower. So maybe look towards some rushing props if you're looking at the Denver Broncos. But that's all I've got now. I think it could be good though. What's the number here I have?
That's a great look, Andrew. Dobbins
Jets.
is 5.2 yards per carry. That's a great look against that
Jets 27th in the league rushing yards per game allowed.
It's actually better than I thought they would be. Cardinals and the Colts. I will go right back to Daniel Jones over his passing. He somehow, I don't know how he didn't go over, but he missed his over by like 15 yards. But Andrew, they had a blocked punt where they got the ball on like the 5-yard line, so it basically took away a scoring drive. And then they were up so big they yanked him in the 4th. So not even playing the full game and having a drive that started on the other team's 5, he almost gets there. This sets up for a really nice Daniel Jones over. What do you think?
I got a guy dropping a ball an inch before scoring a touchdown at minus 200. I got nothing in this game, Andy.
All right, Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Boy, this is as ugly as it gets. If Jaylen Warren is healthy and playing, I'll take his over receiving. I think he slides back into that role. Other than that, looks like Gabriel really likes Njoku. He threw a lot to Njoku, so probably another big game for him. Any takes on this game?
That's what I was gonna say. I had Njoku the first 2 weeks of the season, went 1-1 with his props, haven't gone back to him since. But he seems to be like that guy that nobody really wants to make a big play with, but everybody feels comfortable with. So It would be a receptions, not yards for me with him. I think that he can get 6 receptions. So look towards him most likely. And I don't want to put any jinxes out on this, Andy. And I've never usually bet these, as you know. But the Gabriel to not throw an interception, is it just me, or were they like super, super safe with him yesterday? Like I didn't see.
I got to tell you, it was a brilliant game plan from them. It was hand the ball off 1,000,000 times. Don't let your quarterback throw dangerous passes. Yeah, I'm with you 100%.
And you want the young guy to throw an interception. People are going to be down on him. Maybe he starts off a couple games in a row with keeping the ball safe.
The Rams and the Ravens. This poor Ravens team cannot get anything going, but they can sure give up a lot. I'm going back to Matthew Stafford over 1.5 touchdown passes. Matthew Stafford to not throw an interception. I think you can play Kyron Williams. I think you can play Blake Corum. I mean, this Ravens team is bad on defense. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I would look towards actually Stafford under on his yards, just because I think he's not going to need a lot. I think the running game is going to be utilized quite a bit here. This Ravens team, we do know what they're capable of as far as their rushing defense is concerned, but that was a team that was capable of that when, they were playing well. They were putting up points themselves, and they had, long drives and holding on to possession. If they allow their opponent to drive down the field consistently, they're going to give up yards as well. So, it's a tough time of year right now to be a Ravens fan. And I hate to shout out Ariel Epstein, but it's a tough time to be a Ravens and Yankees fan right now. So sorry, Ariel, but tough time for you.
She's going through it. She's going through it. Her
Go
social
Jays.
media feed. Her social media feed is a lot of rage.
Go
right
Jays.
now. Let's move to the Seahawks and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Holy cow! Jackson Smith and Jigba continues to be fantasy football darling. Continues to be props darling. We'll see what happens with Jacksonville tonight, but Darnold to throw an interception. Yeah. Also, can you get a better price for Darnold to throw an interception at the worst possible time? I feel like there's interceptions and then there's Darnold interceptions when it's just like a backbreaking, like horribly timed interception. So I would take that, but I got to wait and see what happens with Jacksonville tonight. Any takes on Seattle?
I think for Seattle, I'm trying to just go over some numbers right now. Don't want to say the wrong thing, but yeah, like, see, this is insane here, Andy. Like, even in a game with 4 passing touchdowns, 35 points, the completions was only at 28.5 for Sam Darnold. So right now the Seattle ranks, where is it here? 26th in the league in pass completions per game. That's been why they've been kind of what they have been this season, is that they've had a really, really good balance right now. They're not completing a ton of passes. They're not throwing the ball a ton. They've got a really good balance of the passing and the run game. So in this matchup, I'd probably look towards unders in the passing game. And, if you can put up that many points and still only complete like 26, 27 passes, I'm not really convinced that you need to throw the ball that much.
Go to the Cowboys and the Panthers. I don't believe for a second that the Cowboys defense is fixed. I just keep fading this Dallas defense, and I will take Carolina's Bryce Young to throw over 1.5 touchdown passes. We cashed on Justin Fields. Granted, it was in complete garbage time, but I'm going to stick to it. That play was plus 150 on the Dallas Cowboys opposing quarterback to throw. So I would go to him. Got to wait and see what happens with the running back situation with Carolina. Obviously, Rico Dowdle was amazing yesterday. Maybe Chuba Hubbard plays. And I believe Dowdle got a little banged up in that game. So got to wait and see what happened there. I have no idea what to make of that wide receiver for Dallas that went ballistic yesterday. Out of absolutely nowhere. I literally have never heard of the guy. But I don't know. I don't know what to do with Dallas besides Javonte Williams overs. What do you think?
I'm going to take over on field goals in this game. Cowboys kicking a ton of field goals. Carolina, they start to look good for a drive, then they get stalled, have to kick a field goal. Over 1.5 field goals in general for the Dallas Cowboys. Brandon Arbery has been a good parlay leg. Like, you're getting like minus 200 range with this prop now, so it might not be worth it for a single bet for some of you out there. But yeah, I think we'll get over 3.5 field goals. Your book should offer that as far as the game props is concerned.
It's a great one.
Kind of a look ahead.
That's a great one. The Chargers and the Dolphins, a couple teams I really don't know what to make out of. I mean, this is a Dolphins team that just blew it to the Panthers. But I will say this, Tua's throwing for touchdowns, man. He threw for 3 of them. And this Chargers team, offensive line is struggling to sustain drives here. I would take Tua over his touchdowns. And as far as the Chargers go, man, Herbert is just not... When you have that many injuries on the offensive line, sometimes there's just nothing you can do. So I'm struggling to take any props on the Chargers right now. But as long as Tua is healthy, I'll take his over touchdowns. What about you?
Yesterday is frustrating because don't we all wish we just had Waddle props?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it have been nice and easy if
Waller,
every single
Waddle.
Yeah, I feel like everybody, like all the people that just wake up and like lock their props in a minute before the games, are like, oh, Waller's definitely gonna, or Waddle's definitely gonna have a day, and of course he ends up doing that. So you know what that means, Andy? We look towards the under in this one.
Okay.
That's what you do. It's kind of like the first game with a fresh quarterback. You want to back them, and then they have a win. Shut out to Jackson Dart. Then the next week they lose. This is probably what we're going to look towards. Hey, you know what? No Hill. We need Waddle to step up. Okay, team's game plan. Waddle's going to be their guy. He's going to get a ton of receptions. Yeah, the whole Waller thing, though, that was kind of shocking for me. I think Devon Achane just starts becoming part of the receiving game even more than he already was. And he's a guy I look towards as far as receptions and not yards. He's going to be taking a lot of passes, and maybe they'll start being more of a slice and dice team. Maybe this Miami Dolphins team, and it only took like a year and a half for them to figure this out. Maybe they aren't that same explosive team they once were that can get up the field, score a touchdown in 3 plays. Maybe they can't be that team anymore.
Shout out to the running backs of Miami. 13 carries, 14 yards. Nice rushing attack there. Tua had one rush for 5 yards. It was better average than the running backs. All right, we move on to San Francisco and Tampa. Baker Mayfield over 1.5 touchdown passes continues to be a gem. San Francisco, their defense, you can get after them. San Francisco is going to be rested. We'll see what happens with these injuries. I got to wait and see it. But if Pearsall comes back in the lineup, I'll be taking Pearsall. Whoever's the quarterback for San Fran, I'll take them. Tampa's got one of the best rush defenses in the league, but you can throw all over them. So you're taking passing and receiving props against this Tampa thing. What's your take?
Yeah, I'm just going to look towards Baker Mayfield completions. He's throwing the ball a ton right now. You look at the passing touchdowns, of course, but whether it's a highlight play or if it's a short pass, he's throwing the ball a ton. So, they'll probably hang a good number there for us based on how this game's projected to be a close game, and we'll see if he keeps throwing.
Moving on to, Titans and the Raiders. I will have nothing on this game, Andy.
I'm not betting this game, Andy, and it's not because you can't bet good games. It's me being completely transparent. I haven't watched a wink of either of these two teams this season. That's just the truth.
I've had to watch the Titans because they're in the Colts division, and I had to watch the Raiders because they played the Colts. It's brutal. It's brutal. I will say this. This could be a sneaky game that ends 28-24 just because both defenses are bad and they finally get stuff going, but I won't be betting it to find out. We move on to New England and New Orleans. Saints team, I'll give them that. Frisky, 26 points against the Giants. Okay, Spencer Rattler, I see you. Throwing for a touchdown, no interceptions. He did rush the ball 6 times. I think you can go back to that. Is this the letdown spot of all letdown spots for the Patriots? I mean, just screams that they lose to New Orleans a week after beating the Bills. I guess if I'm looking at the Patriots, I have no idea what to do with the rushing. Gibson is probably out. That was tough to watch last night. But Trayvon Henderson gets 6 carries. Stevenson gets 7 carries. May's got 3. Do we believe Stephon Diggs is back, or was that just a revenge game? I don't know. I probably won't have much in this game.
I mean, I'll say this. If people aren't betting Hunter Henry longest reception already, you're missing out. And I know that's not the most popular bet on the board. I said it last week. He's a guy that's, you'll see, 2 receptions, 45 yards. I mean, this guy, when he gets involved, he catches a good one. But I'm on the other side of what you said there. Is it a letdown for the Patriots, or is it a letdown for the Saints?
Oh, that's right. Oh,
you
boy.
say this yourself, Andy. This is your phrase. It's easier to ask bad teams to be bad than good teams to be great. The Saints are not going to be great back-to-back weeks. I got your own quote on you.
I will just say this. I wouldn't say the Saints were great yesterday. I mean, Jackson Dart literally dropped the ball as he was running with nobody around him. Of course, the Cardinals did that as well. We move on to the Bengals at the Packers. You want to talk about the most garbage stats of all time. Yesterday, Justin Fields and Taylor put on quite the show, as did Jake Browning and Jamar Chase. I mean, give me a break how Jamar Chase ended up with 2 touchdowns, 6 catches, 110 yards. T. Higgins ends up with a touch. I think this is a Green Bay classic Josh Jacobs spot where they just run the ball at will. Detroit rushed the ball 33 times yesterday on them. So give me all the Josh Jacob props. What do you think?
Yeah, look at the point spread here in this one. You got the rest. You're coming off a tie game. This game could be a game that the Packers come out hot early. Like, I might be looking at first half team total, first half for them, looking at guys to get off to explosive starts. I think that Josh Jacobs, he's somebody that we could look at, but I might even just look at Jordan Love as far as his rushing yards are concerned. This Bengals team has not been good against the run, and I think that off that game, I know the defense gave up 40 points, but Love's not going to be happy with some stuff that took place as well late in that game. So he's going to kind of have that dog in him as well. So sometimes in a 14-point spread, I'll say, hey, there's no need for a quarterback to sacrifice his body like that. I'm kind of interested in what that Love rushing prop number will be, but we'll see here. I love betting props against the Bengals because the Bengals could still be involved in a game and every single player on the other team could still hit their overs. That
True.
Defense is just leaky.
Yeah, I'll take Jordan Love to not throw an interception as well in that one. All right, here's a fun one. Detroit, Kansas City, prime time. Easiest cash on the board yesterday was David Montgomery to have a touchdown. We did that with parlayed with the Lions to win here. Monroe St. Brown has just been incredible. I would take him over his receptions. He's been arguably one of the best. He's been a top 3 receiver this year, so I would take him, and then we got to wait and see what happens with Kansas City. What are you thinking with this Lions team?
Yeah, like I said last week, Amon Ra is winning me like 2 fantasy leagues. I think we saw Sam
been
Laporta have a
insane.
great game yesterday, and I know we don't want to be Monday morning quarterback literally here, but looking forward at that game, they're going to need him over the top. Look at this point spread here. The Chiefs, again, we talk about it. The Chiefs are a team people are kind of bashing on right now, and they're still a pretty good team. We'll see what happens in the game tonight. As far as that game is concerned, we're going to have to see what happens with Hunt and Pacheco. But, Andy, I think that they're going to have to run the ball in this game against the Lions. You can't be just strictly pass. They will absolutely blitz you. They'll go after Mahomes. You need to keep that running game a part of the game. And so I think that maybe there could be some buy low spots on Hunt or Pacheco moving towards this game.
We got 2 Monday night games real quick. My Monday Night Football best bet is up at WagerTalk. 8-2 NFL run. We're 6-1 in primetime best bets this season. Andrew's got an NHL futures pack. Look for his Monday Night Football pack. Both those plays are up at WagerTalk.com. Buffalo and Atlanta. Atlanta coming off the bye. Buffalo coming off a brutal loss. I would look at Drake London to have a big game. We saw Stephon Diggs tear the Bills apart, and that Buffalo Bills defense continues to be banged up, and they just give up a lot of stats. Drake London would be where I would attack this. What do you think?
Yeah, the Falcons, number 1 team in opponent passing yards allowed.
Wow.
Can we confirm that? Can we get some double checking on that? I was looking
this
across
up.
the board here. You know who's number 2? Buffalo. So kind of interesting to look at this number here. But having said all of that, give me Josh Allen over. So this guy is not going to be happy. He's a bounce back guy. That game, he did not look pleased whatsoever. I think his receivers were letting him down a little bit late in the game yesterday, but I'll be looking towards longest completion. I'll be looking towards Josh Allen. I think this Atlanta team has a way to just kind of get exposed by kind of the elite teams, and Buffalo staying focused after an outright loss as they had yesterday. I think they're a good team to back.
I will also point out that, not saying that Bills stat is a little fraudulent, but they have played the Saints and Justin Fields. But yes, you're right. The Falcons have given up the fewest yards. And finally, Washington and Chicago Bears. I'll keep playing Caleb Williams to not throw an interception. That's been a nice one. Other than that, you can go back to Roma Dunze. He just continues to catch touchdown passes from Caleb. And then Krosky Merritt has cemented himself as the number 1 back in Washington. And Chicago Bears rush defense not been very good. So Krosky Merritt is going to be a star next week. What do you think?
I was going to just say the only guy on the Bears and really between these 2 teams I've been looking at is Dunze. So he's been consistent, relatively the same numbers each week, but just kind of, we talk about this in other sports, Andy, but in football, it's a bit weirder because you don't want to be sweating like a guy to just barely go over a number. But I've kind of been noticing that with him, like he's going over by a handful of yards. It's not really the same as a guy going over by 1 shot in hockey. Like you kind of don't really want to be betting on a guy that's barely going over, but Dunze is kind of that guy. You give him over on a certain number, he just gets there for you. So maybe he gets there in this matchup. And I like the fact that they're dogs, they're throwing the ball a ton. I think he'll be useful over the top. I like it.
Andrew, tell everyone about your new NHL show and what you have up for everyone.
Yeah, super excited, guys. Hope you join me on this new show, 10 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. It's called The Pre-Scout. We're going over the next night's games. So when you want to talk about shelf life, this is shelf life for you. We're going to attack the board. We're going to look at all the opening numbers, analyze each matchup, most importantly, interact with you guys in the live chat box as well. And we'll have some guests. Best bet tonight in the NFL, though, we will have a prop bet up. And, of course, the futures package in the NHL. We have one that is a 7-1 futures prop in the NHL. Don't miss out on that, guys.
Is it? No, that would be less. I was trying to think like Toronto fans to be disappointed at the end of the season, but that's like minus 700.
That's minus 700. Yeah, that's.
All right, great stuff. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. Hit the like button. Leave us a comment below. Tell us what props you like tonight, which ones you're on. And again, don't forget to subscribe to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. We're over 222,000 subscribers. Join the WagerTalk family by subscribing and hitting that bell. Thanks for joining us. Good luck in all your bets. We'll see you next week. Take care.
Monday morning. This is the O-Line Report. We're going to get you ready for NFL Week 6. But first, we got to talk about Week 5. We're going to bring in Teddy Covers. I'm loving the Lions garb. The comment section already going nuts. And I used the Lions, thankfully, in Survivor. Teddy, I did not. I used the Rams and the Cardinals. I survived with the Colts over on Splash. But really quickly, before we get into this, I saw this tweet a few minutes ago, and my jaw just hit the floor. Titans down 18, win as an underdog, plus 430. Panthers down 17, get the win and cover. Broncos down 14 and win as a plus 180 underdog. Saints down 11, got the win and the cover. Commanders down 10, plus 140. They get the outright win as an underdog. And then last night, Patriots, almost a wire-to-wire winner as a $3 underdog. That was the chaos I was looking for, unfortunately. It also took out some of my Survivor picks. That's what we're going to get into today, Teddy. We are going to talk about what we saw last weekend and how it is going to affect this coming up weekend. But first, I've never seen you not in a suit jacket and T-shirt.
Yeah, it's Dave Sherapin's funeral. I'm going right after the show. So I thought I would dress in some team gear to remember our good friend. That's what he would have worn. So, and I didn't have a matching cap. I only had a Michigan cap and a Lions shirt. So it is what it is. And this is the only shirt that so this shirt is a Joey Harrington. Okay. I used to have a Charles Rogers as well. My buddy bought them at when they were selling them at the end of the season when everyone had been cut the year they went 0-17 or 0-16. He got them for like $5 or $10. He's like, yeah, I'll get you a couple. But yes, that is a Joey Harrington. Nice call, Ethan. This is in tribute to our dear departed friend, Dave Sherapin.
Yeah, I had a lot of friends be able to go to the celebration of life, and I was told that everybody dressed for the occasion, and that just warmed my heart here on this beautiful Monday morning. Teddy, let's get into last weekend, what we saw. But first, let's talk about Monday Night Football.
Sure, Monday night. And right now, looking at the Odds Logic live odds screen, KC minus 3.5, pretty much painted across the board. Total 45.5, pretty much painted across the board. There were threes out there for the Chiefs earlier in the week. Those have now been bought up. As expected, you tend to see the money come for the public favorite on Monday night, or the money trickle for the public favorite, and that's what happened here, obviously. But again, right now, 3.5, 45.5. Jacksonville, we'll talk about the Jags as we go through the show, but the Jags certainly playing for respect tonight from a betting marketplace that hasn't given them all that much respect yet, despite their hot start to the season.
All right, Teddy, let's get into Thursday Night Football here really quickly, because we got to talk about this Eagles team. I am actually, would you like to recap last weekend first? I apologize.
Sure. I mean, when you talk about the beats, you brought up we have 5 double-digit comebacks yesterday. The worst of the bunch was Arizona, who led 21-6. They had a 72-yard touchdown scamper. Oops, he didn't want to carry the ball over the goal line. And then they found Kyler Murray fumbled off the bad snap. And then they had the game-sealing interception. Oops, well, let's fumble that back on a non-contact play. Ends up as a Panthers touchdown. It was bizarre for Arizona. But we talked about it last week on this show. I'm like, don't use Arizona Survivor. I don't trust them. And for the third straight game, the Cardinals found a way to lose on the very last play. Obviously, the Dolphins was another one. And we're going to talk a bit about Miami here. Up 17-0. They got punched and punched back. They just needed one stop in the fourth quarter after retaking the lead. Couldn't get that stop for the Dolphins. The Giants turned the ball over 5 times in a row. That allowed the Saints to rally back. But the one that had me steaming, I had Colts Raiders over. All right. They finished with 46. Closing total 46.5. I got 47.5, was as high as 48.5. The Raiders went 0 of 4 in the red zone. They got 4 times the red zone and scored 6 points. That's a little short. But the key was the Colts kicker got hurt. Then they missed 3 2-point conversions. And again, stayed under by 1.5, a half a point, depending on where you got the number. That was a little frustrating. Very frustrating if you had the Raiders, Colts over the total like my clients and I did yesterday.
I'm sorry to hear that, Teddy, but I needed an easy Colts win after what had happened to me there on Thursday night. That was my best bet from this week on Bet On It, and I will take it. Sometimes those rocking chair winners are just good for your betting soul, and I needed a rocking chair winner there. I'm sorry that even when the Colts put up a 40 burger, you somehow did not hit that over. That is just an absolute utter travesty that the Raiders are that inept offensively.
Yeah, they had a rough day yesterday. Again, we'll talk about it. Let's go through the games. It's
All
time.
right,
It's time. We got EBAs. The lines are popping right now. So
perfect. EBAs, I'm going to be ready for it. Let's start off with Thursday night football. Eagles at the Giants, an NFC least preview, if you will.
Sure. And of course, so I'm going to give you 4 sets of numbers for all of these games. That's what I do every week. We'll give you the look ahead line from last week, my powering number, the opener last night, and what we're looking at today. So look ahead line here was a split line. There were 7s and 7.5s out there for Philadelphia, total 42.5. My powering number only comes 6 for the game. Last night we saw 7s and 7.5s. The markets have moved to 7.5 this morning, total 42 last night. We're seeing under money come in for this one, 41.5. And I'm seeing 7.5s across the board. And I'm going to say this, I don't think the 7.5s can hold. I think we'll see Giants money. So let's EBA. You know, you're not going to get the worst of it if you take plus 7.5 right now. If you want the Giants, grab it sooner rather than later. I do not see this line going up. It's not going up to 8 or 9. So to take a plus 7.5 now, say there's urgency in that, there's a reasonable chance this gets bet down to 7 or below. Again, my powering number says 6, and I'm still pretty high on Philadelphia. But the Eagles have now, you know, they lost the box score the first 4 games and still found a way to win. You know, now they've lost the box score in all 5. And they're coming off, you know, a blown 17-3 lead and a week where there was all kinds of chatter in Philadelphia, you know, all the chirping in the locker room, A.J. Brown and his cryptic social media posts and all the like. And when you blow a lead, a 2-touchdown lead, and you hear that chirping, it's something of a concern, certainly. And, of course, they still had a chance to win in the final play. Hurts throwing in the end zone. Couldn't bring it in. But when you have a 2-touchdown lead and you can't run the football, that's a concern. Saquon Barkley, 6 of 30 yesterday on the ground. The team just 11 of 45. Meanwhile, again, 11 carries, 48 dropbacks for Hurts. That's not the ratio you want when you're up 2 touchdowns. That's bizarre. They had a late fourth down. They had a 4th down conversion called back an illegal shift penalty against Barkley. And, of course, the defense got gashed when it mattered most. You know, the last 3 drives, touchdown, field goal allowed, and they were all 50-plus yard drives, all long drives against that Eagles defense. So, you know, the passing game was ranked number 31 in the NFL heading into the week. There are issues right now. And, of course, we talk about positive chemistry. I don't love this quote from Devonta Smith. Quote, we got to get on the same page and continue to be on the same page. We could be a lot better, shot ourselves in the foot a lot. Been hearing a lot of these type of quotes from Philadelphia of late, which makes me think, again, the 7.5 may not hold. That being said, I did not like the leadership on the Giants yesterday. They did not respond well to adversity when everything snowballed. They led 14-3 after the first 2 drives. They didn't score again. 5 drives in a row ended in turnovers. It's hard to win games with a 5 turnover margin. And, of course, only 3 other teams in the last 25 years have turned the ball over on 5 straight possessions in the NFL. That would be the 2016 Jets, the 2010 Jaguars, and the 2010 Bears. 2010 Bears, for those who are wondering. So doesn't happen a lot. Jackson Dart, after the game, said the right things. You know, again, the team won first downs. They won yardage. But a bad team off a win, they did not execute, obviously. Dart, quote, I told as many guys in the locker room as I could, as many guys as I can in the locker room, this one's on me, and I'm going to get better. I expect myself to play better in these games and to win them. But certainly there were a lot of concerns about the Giants' secondary in that ballgame. They got lit up again and again down the stretch for the Saints. And you give up, you know, an 87-yard touchdown catch, an 80-plus yard fumble return touchdown. Hard to win there. That said, Thursday night, short turnaround. We saw the home dog. We saw the dog in the divisional matchup do fairly well last Thursday night with San Francisco. I'd expect to see some Giants money here. I'm not convinced the 7.5 will hold.
All right, Teddy, we're headed back to London. I don't know why, but we are. The Denver Broncos are taking on the Jets. Sorry to all the Englanders that have to subject themselves to the New York Jets. Teddy, on the Super Contest, every week they tweet out their top 5, right? And I was on the Jets, and they were my lone loser yesterday. And I was like, I knew it was the kiss of death when all the sharp guys, right, or the guys in the contest shelling out thousands of dollars to play, presumably are sharp, and they're all on this god-awful team. What does that mean? It means it was a kiss of death for me. It is what it is. But the Jets could not get out of their own way yet again. Now they are catching over a touchdown in an international game.
Yeah, I had the Jets yesterday as well. They were pretty awful. There wasn't no sugarcoating what happened to the Jets yesterday. It was rough. Look ahead line here. Denver minus 6.5, 43. My powering number, Denver minus 9. The markets opened 7/7.5, 43.5. And we're seeing the 7.5 pretty much getting bought up right now. It's all 7s out there. So there's no emergency betting alert need because it's already gone. That said, 43.5, the prevailing total. I'm not sensing that's moving in any direction right now. So the Jets allowed 7.1 yards per play to a team playing with 4 backup offensive linemen. All right. The box score lies, says the Jets offense worked, but the Jets offense didn't work. They trailed that game against the worst defense, the second worst defense in the league in a yards per play basis, Dallas. They trailed 30-3. Everything they got offensively was garbage time. All right. The Brees Hall fumble in the red zone was the only turnover of the game. It wasn't like they turned it over 20 times. Justin Fields sacked 5 times. They had 10 penalties. And remember, Aaron Glenn, the first-time head coach, ripped into the team after the Monday night loss to Miami. He blew the game. How's the team going to respond? Facing against an opponent with 4 backup offensive linemen coming off a tie, and they did not respond well. Aaron Glenn, quote, I'm going to embrace this challenge, all right, like any other challenge, and we're going to figure out as a team how to get out of this hole. The Jets, the first team in NFL history not to force a single turnover in their first 5 ball games. Right now, this defense is bottom tier. Now, the Broncos are coming off a pretty big win. That was a statement win for them against Philadelphia, a game in which they did nothing for 3 quarters and then were the vastly superior team in the 4th. They played 3 games away from home, all decided by a field goal or less. So when you talk about laying this type of price with Denver, that could be a concern. They're not winning games by margin this year the way they were a year ago. Bo Nix did a lot of things right, completed passes to 9 different receivers. Cortland Sutton, 19 catches, 298 yards the last 3 weeks, and the last 3 drives, touchdown, field goal, all 50-plus yards. The aggressive 2-point conversion midway through the 4th. Peyton had a play for the 2-point conversion. Denver's a team with the arrow pointed upwards right now. The Jets, not so much.
Yep, if you want to take the Jets, have some Pepto-Bismol ready because they're going to hurt your stomach for 4 quarters. Luckily, Red Zone didn't have to show me too much of it, Teddy. The Pittsburgh Steelers are off a bye, and they are back at home now, taking on the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, look headline here, Pittsburgh minus 5.5, total 37.5. My powering number, Pittsburgh minus 6. Markets opened 4.5, 37.5 last night. We're seeing 5s and 38s this morning. Most of the 37.5s are gone, but there's still a couple out there. And I don't think that 37.5 is going to last now that Cleveland, in theory, has found something on the offensive side of the football. That said, there's not enough of them out there. I can't say to shop around. There's only a couple of 37.5s out there. So I'm not going to emergency betting alert it as a result. That being said, you can find a 37.5 right now at DraftKings. You can find one in Vegas here at South Point. I don't think those will be there for much longer. Steelers off a bye under Mike Tomlin, 14-4 straight up. They've won 8 straight off a bye dating back to 2017. Last year, they came off the bye and beat Washington at plus 2.5 underdogs. That being said, they won that game by a single point, 28-27. Pittsburgh, offensively, not necessarily a team that you're comfortable laying points with against a quality defense. The Browns, no bye off the London trip, which is, one of those things you want to be aware of. They've had more travel than most teams normally do in a 2-game span. The Browns plus 2 in turnovers yesterday, still lost, still failed to cover against Minnesota. And again, 4.8 yards per play. Dylan Gabriel was better then, again, against a Flores defense, I can't complain, but 4.8 yards per play. All right. They haven't gotten a league average on offense in any game just yet. And the play calling for Gabriel, a credit to Stefanski and his staff, they got the ball out quickly because this offensive line is still very much an issue. He only had 2.54 seconds average time to throw. Now there's film on him, though. And, of course, Quinshon Judkins has been really impressive. 110 rushing yards, 18 receiving yards, back-to-back games with 100 scrimmage yards. The Browns running back to do that since Nick Chubb did it in 2018. So there were positives for Cleveland off the loss. That said, and, of course, we're talking about a good defensive underdog. I do not see this line going through the roof. I do not see a bunch of Pittsburgh money coming in, even though my powering number at 6 says that this line is priced fairly cheaply at the current number.
So, Teddy, I'm still alive in a couple survivors, not the big one, but I still have my little handy dandy spreadsheet that I worked on, and I had the Steelers circled here. You mentioned Tomlin off a bye. We mentioned the Browns' travel schedule coming back from London. Plus, the Browns have been pretty lackluster overall outside of that Packers win. Would you consider the Steelers for survivor this week, or should I just take the layup here maybe and use Green Bay?
So I've been much better at saying who you shouldn't take than who you should take.
Okay, should I not take the Steelers? Is that a bad spot?
2 weeks ago, I'm like, don't take the Chargers.
Yeah.
This past week, I said, don't take Arizona. Pittsburgh is not on my don't take list.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, then I'll keep them on my long list. Speaking of Arizona, go ahead, Teddy.
I would say it's worth noting that we talk all about how the Browns defense is great and how their defensive metric numbers are great. The final drive for Minnesota to win the game, Cleveland's defense 9 for 9 allowed Carson Wentz to pick them apart and march Minnesota right down the field into the end zone. So when push came to shove, the Cleveland defense did not get the stop that many were looking for.
All right, let's talk about how Arizona is going to bounce back. It was no different than K-State to me, like that loss on Saturday. You look at the metrics on ESPN, it's like 97.5% chance they're going to win this game, and then it just falls off a cliff, and that's exactly what happened with the Cardinals. And the Colts, on the other hand, I said were just absolutely and utterly easy, and I needed that. But now this line is kind of saying, hey, let's see what the Colts have. I like this Colts team. Kind of talk to me if you think maybe they are a Super Bowl contender, if there is something future-wise we should be looking at here, or have they just kind of played a softer schedule?
So in terms of my powering numbers, my biggest riser since the beginning of the season is the Indianapolis Colts. So it's my preseason rankings. Absolutely. My biggest faller, the Baltimore Ravens. No surprise there. And I don't even know now if I have Baltimore priced correctly. The markets have Baltimore even lower than I do. But am I going to call Indy a Super Bowl contender? No. This team's not winning the Super Bowl. This team's not getting the big game. There are better teams than them in the AFC. That doesn't mean that they're not live to win the division and or make the playoffs and or win a playoff game or two. I just don't see them winning 3 or 4 playoff games when all said and done. Look headline here. There were 3.5s and 4 for Indy, total 46.5. My powering number, and I had to downgrade Arizona and I had to upgrade Indy, 6.5 for this ball game. So I'm a little bit above the market. The markets right now, there were 5.5s last night. They're not there really anymore. There's still a couple 5.5s for Indy, mostly 6s. 47 the total last night. I'm seeing 47.5 out there right now. I would not be shocked at all to see Colts money come in. And again, I'm even seeing a 5.5. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the other game. I'm seeing 5.5s right there at a couple of books for Indy against Arizona. And of course, the Cardinals had 3 touchdowns their first 4 drives. They were up 21-3, and then they never scored again. Third straight game that they've lost on a walk-off field goal on the last play. That is truly demoralizing. Kyler Murray said it might be the worst loss of his career. I really don't know what to think about that. It's how to lose a game 101. That was crazy. Jonathan Gannon, obviously very disappointing. Felt like we had multiple chances to put away the game, all 3 phases, and we didn't do it. Collectively, we have to do a better job. Until we do a better job, we're going to keep losing. By the way, according to Sports Radar, that's the first time in NFL history that a team has lost all 3 games in a row on the very last play on a game-winning field goal. And of course, the defense, which they intercepted the pass, then they fumbled back, but they really contained. They contained Tennessee all game. You know, Tennessee did not look good. And then the final drive, boom, there's Calvin Ridley wide open downfield for a 40-yard pass. You know, DeMarcado fumbling at the 1-inch line. Arizona's a little bit shell-shocked right now. I don't trust them. And Indy's killing people, you know. Dominant performance against a lesser foe. The offense has scored 33, 29, 41, and 40 in their 4 wins. The second time in 3 home games, they've held their opponent under 10. They held the Dolphins to 8 points in week 1. Now, the box score for Indy wasn't dominant yesterday. Didn't need to be. You know, they only outgained them by a yard per play. But also worth noting how strong, I mean, they're so strong in the trenches. They blew up the line of scrimmage over and over again. That was the difference in the total in that ball game for sure. And the offensive line is blowing open holes for Jonathan Taylor and giving Danny Dimes time to throw. Vegas had recorded a sack in 39 consecutive games, the longest active streak in the NFL. That streak came to an end thanks to Indy's OL play yesterday. Shane Steichen, quote, "The guys are playing at a high level right now. They're playing together." You know, it's Indy team that I'm in no rush to step in front of. I would not be surprised at all if we see more Colts money between now and kickoff. Arizona, though, Arizona's not getting blown out. They're just losing by a little bit. But this might be the kind of game where a demoralized team gets slapped around a little bit.
All right, Teddy, let everybody know what you've got going on right now over at WagerTalk.com.
Yeah, so we didn't have a good day yesterday, unfortunately. But it's been a good couple of weeks. The last 2.5 weeks, 24-12, all sports run. The baseball's been good, 4-1 start to the playoffs. The college football has been really good, with the exception of my big ticket. I won everything on Saturday, 10-3 college football run. And the NFL is still profitable for the season, even off yesterday's disappointment. Single best bet available tonight for Monday Night Football, WT.buzz/TC. But don't buy a play. Get on board with the package if you want to get on board. We got weekly deals, monthly deals, seasonal deals, basketball on the horizon. I would encourage you, if you want to get on board, check out one of the great special offers that we've got at WagerTalk.com. You get it for me, you can get it for anybody. But if you want some football, let's partner up. You can get tonight's play if you want, $25. I would encourage you to get a package, not the play.
Yeah, that is crazy, Teddy. The NBA is starting already, and college basketball is just right around the corner. Time is flying when you're having a good time during the NFL season. You know who's not having a good time? The Baltimore Ravens are not having a good time, and neither is their fan base. Ariel Epstein just went on an absolute 3 or 4 TikTok tangent yesterday about the woes, the injuries, and the issues within Baltimore. Teddy, you mentioned that you downgrade your power ratings every single week, and you said, hey, hand up, I don't know if I've downgraded Baltimore enough. Mm-hmm. Yet at FanDuel this morning, Baltimore is still favored to win their division. My head is kind of in a pretzel. So kind of talk about this Baltimore Ravens team, and then, of course, them facing the Rams this weekend.
Sure. Right now, okay, so look headline here. There were 4.5s and 5.5s for the Rams against the Ravens. Total 44.5. My powering number came Rams 5.5. The markets opened 7 and 45 last night, and now I'm seeing the 7s are gone. It's all 7.5/45.5. So you're asking the Rams to win by more than a touchdown against the Baltimore team. Again, they got blown off the field again yesterday. You can't run, you can't win in Baltimore. Derrick Henry, 15 carries, 33 yards. The full team, 19 carries, 44 yards. Henry had 169 rushing yards versus Buffalo week 1. Since that time, 23, 50, 42, 33 rushing yards in the last 4 games. That's 46 carries for 148 yards, 3 yards a carry. That ain't going to win football games in Baltimore. Cooper Rush threw 3 picks. Lamar Jackson's not going to be back this week. But that's not even the story. The bigger story is the defense. They've lost 4 games. In those 4 losses, they've allowed 41, 38, 37, and 44. Houston, a team that hadn't moved the football all season, scored on all 8 offensive possessions when Stroud was in the game. All right. So, they started 5 rookies on defense, filling for all the injured players. All right. They're now 2-10 their last 12 tries playing without Lamar Jackson. So you have a defense riddled with injuries. You have an offense riddled with injuries. I've got Baltimore ranked among the second. I don't have them ranked with the Tennessees and the Carolinas and New Orleans of the world, or the Jets in that matter, or where the Raiders are going in that matter. But I've got Baltimore in that next tier amongst the other bad teams right now. And again, the market's a full 2 points lower on the Ravens than I am for this one. It's worth noting teams are going into the bye this past week went 2-0 again. That's 5-1 this season. ATS teams going into the bye. Next week, Baltimore and Buffalo are on bye. That's certainly something worth paying attention to. Harbaugh, quote, I thought we would play better. I thought we would tackle better. It was not up to standard. We have enough good players out there to play better than we did. Heat on the defensive coordinator, Zach Orr. He was asked if he was going to consider changes with Orr, the defensive staff. Quote, I do not think that's the answer. We have to go to work is what we need to do. We need to stick together is what we need to do. We need to find ourselves, blah, blah, blah. So no changes to the staff for Baltimore. As for the Rams, obviously they're coming off a pretty frustrating loss of their own. Kyron Williams fumbled the 1 foot line, no go-ahead touchdown, and the offense couldn't get a yard with the game on the line in overtime. And the defense got gashed for 342 yards passing to a backup quarterback and backup receivers. That being said, these Thursday night games, there's a lot of randomness. I really tried not to overreact to what we just saw on a Thursday night game. And yet an old quarterback on a short week. And Stafford's stats look fine, but I've seen him sharper. That's something to be aware of. And yards per play in a game that they lost. The Rams, 7.1. The Niners, 4.9. McVay, I'm pretty sick right now. I'm sick of the spot I put our group in to end the game. But these are tough beats, and you got to be able to learn from them and move forward. The Rams are 3-2. They're 2 plays from being 5-0. The block field goal against Philly and the 4th-and-1 stuff against San Fran. There's a thought process out there, perhaps, that maybe this LA Rams team, even laying 7.5, is underpriced. My powering number says they're not.
All right. The Jaguars play tonight, but we're going to talk about next Sunday's game versus, the Seattle Seahawks. Teddy, the Mad Russian and I have a circa interview we do every year called Kelly in Russia. And every single week we have like some ridiculous thing happen to us. This week we didn't have anything crazy happen, but we did have the Seahawks. And it was not pretty. That Bucs team, I thought, has showed some real resilience this NFL season. And we can get into them a little bit later. But I thought, hey, Darnold has been impressive in Seattle. I have liked this team a lot. And yet they could not get the win at home.
Look ahead line here. Jacksonville, pick'em /-1, total of 44. My powering number, pick'em, Jags, Seahawks. The market's open, pick'em 1/1.5. So there was some variance last night. Total anywhere from 44.5 to 45.5. This morning, I'm seeing Seattle as -1/-1.5. There are pick'ems out there as well. If you like the Jags tonight, plus the points against KC. Again, if this team looks good on national TV tonight, they're likely to be the favorites against the Seattle team, West Coast team traveling east off a loss, off a poor defensive showing. So if the Jags get bombed tonight, I'm not convinced that the markets will be excited about them the same way they are right now. So depending on which way you like Monday Night Football this evening, you may want to put a parlay in on or against Jacksonville, this line, and be getting the best of the number for week 2 if you get week 1 right. Of course, the Jags, 13 takeaways through 4 games. It's the most in the NFL by far. Last year, for the full 17-game season, they had 9 takeaways. So they're already 4 more than the entirety of last year. We'll see if they can do some of that tonight against KC. And Seattle's not turning the ball over a lot. They had 1 yesterday, but the 1 interception came at absolutely the wrong time. Inside 2 minutes with the score tied at 35-all in their own territory. And, of course, Jason Myers missed a 44-yard field goal earlier in the game. And let's not forget the Jalen Milroe fumble of all the play calls yesterday that you got to be frustrated about if you're a fan of your team. All right, let's bring Milroe into the game to run the option and then throw a bad pitch and fumble. That equaled the Bucs touchdown. So multiple injuries for Seattle as well. They're playing without 3 starters on defense: DeMarcus Lawrence, Devin Witherspoon, and Julian Love, 2 in the secondary. The linebacker, Derek Hall, got hurt yesterday. The other cornerback, Rick Woolen, got hurt yesterday as well. So those are concerns. And again, they gained 8.6 yards per play on offense, 6.1 yards per rush, ran the ball right down Tampa's throat all game. 10 yards per pass attempt. They went 4 of 4 in the red zone. They went 6 of 9 on third down, 1 of 1 on fourth down. They scored 35 points at home. It's hard to lose a game like that. Seattle found a way.
Yes, they did. And that's because me and Jeff both were on them. I'm fully convinced. No, all jokes aside, it is funny how sometimes when you and a buddy agree, Teddy, you're like, damn it. And it was the same thing as what I said about the Jets. You and I were both on the Jets. We thought, hey, we've got Dallas, Sunday Night Football, and a barn burner versus the Packers. They get the game tying, win, if you will, which I think for the Cowboys, it was considered a win. Maybe not for the Packers, but definitely for the Cowboys. Then they get to travel east, and it's just the lowly Jets. Yet the line was 2.5, and it was begging you to lay it with Dallas. And if you laid it with Dallas, you look pretty darn smart.
Yeah. So Dallas didn't think that they were that the win against that the tie against the Packers was a good thing. And you read the quotes after the game, it's very clear. Dak Prescott. I saw this coming on the simple fact this team knows how confident we are, what we're capable of doing. We knew it was important to get the taste of last week out of our mouth and out of our mind.
Okay, good point. Well, now they get to face the Panthers, like another game that you just don't think that Dallas is going to be up for, right? Like these are these like kind of weird situations where I think the rubber is going to meet the road here for the Dallas Cowboys, right? They are not fully healthy, but they've been getting healthier week by week. Dak Prescott's still upright. Panthers, on the other hand, I mentioned how awful they look. They were down 17 at one point, and I thought, good grief, who let me bet the Panthers? And then here come the Panthers. What do we make of these two teams headed into week 6?
Look ahead line, Dallas minus 3.5, 47. My powering number, Dallas minus 3. The market's open 3.5 and 49 last night. And I'm still seeing 3.5s out there now, but 49.5 the total. Maybe it's time to emerge the betting alert this one. Carolina plus 3.5. Again, it's not going to hurt you to bet it now. I don't see this line going up. I can only see it going down. Why? Well, the Cowboys are playing with 4 backup offensive linemen and no CD Lamb. All right, Nate Thomas just made the first start of his career, filling in for Tyler Guyton. Hakeem Adeniji made his first start with the Cowboys at guard. All right, we've got Trevor Keenan and Brock Hoffman starting his first game at center. TJ Bass starting only his second game at right guard. You got BB hurt. You got Booker hurt. You got Tyler Smith active, but unable to play in that ball game. Those are now, we don't know what the injury report's going to look like this week for the offensive line. But again, you got 180 rushing yards, 8.2 yards per play, 7.1 yards per pass. 8.2 yards per pass attempt, 7.1 yards per play. No CD, no problem. Ryan Flournoy comes out of nowhere. Jake Ferguson combined for 13 catches, 163 yards. Dallas was pretty pleased with himself after that ball game. And the defense still has some pretty ugly metrics even after the win, especially because the box score lied in that game against the Jets, where the Jets put up a bunch of yardage late. So I would anticipate perhaps some Panthers money. And of course, Panthers are 2-0 straight up and against the spread at home. I thought the crowd mattered yesterday. The team looked much more comfortable. The defense shut down opposing running backs, 13 carries, 14 yards. Carolina's running backs, 29 carries, 238. Rick Dowdell with a career game, 206 yards on 23 carries. Quote, they got to buckle up. Of course, he's a former Cowboy talking trash to his former team. They got to buckle up. I think they know for sure they didn't keep me there for 5 years for no reasons. Yards per play, Carolina outgained Miami by 1.7. The slow starts are a problem when you think back to that Arizona game. And, of course, yesterday, tying the franchise record with a 17-point come-from-behind victory. But Dave Canales talked about don't let things spiral. After they had that awful loss to New England where they lost by 29. Bryce Young, I think it was a great message that carried over. Obviously not the start that we want, but for us to be able to refocus. Canales talked about it all the time, being able to refocus from the good to the good from the bad. You saw that in all phases. regardless of what was going on with the scoreboard, just able to refocus and go on to the next play. That was a character win for Carolina. I do expect them to take some money, especially if this Cowboys injury report looks, you talked about the offensive line isn't getting healthier. The offense isn't getting healthier right now. And the defense has all kinds of concerns when you look at the full season stats. So I would not be shocked. We've seen some already. There's still 3.5s widely available for Carolina. I'm not convinced that'll be the case all day or all week.
All right, Teddy, the Chargers off back-to-back losses now head to Miami to play the Dolphins. You mentioned power ratings wise and how you've moved some of these teams around. How much have you downgraded the Chargers over the past 2 weeks?
Not that much, a little bit, a point or two, maybe I don't have my power. Let me pull them up so I can answer that question.
Yeah, I'm just generally curious because I kind of watched both games, right? You said do not use the Chargers in Survivor. I threw a little bit on the Giants. I knew it was the sharp side. I had zero faith in the Giants, but they got it done. Then yesterday I had the Commanders teased every possible direction and the line went to 3 and I was panic stricken. Like, oh boy, what's going to happen? But the second half, the Commanders really dominated that football game. Justin Herbert, I personally think, was making uncharacteristic mistakes. And I think we got to give a little bit more credit to the Commanders, not necessarily downgrade the Chargers so much.
Sure. I'm with you 100%. Look ahead line here. Chargers -5.5, 45. My powering number, Chargers -6. The markets opened 5.5 and 45 last night. What are we seeing today? 4s for this ball game. Still 4.5s out there, but 4 is the prevailing number. So we've seen a boatload of Miami money over the last 12 hours or so. Total 44.5, a little bit of under money there as well. And look, the Chargers, look at the scoreboard. They said they lost 27-10. They were 3 plays away from having a blowout win in that ball game. They had the punt return touchdown before halftime that got called back on a roughing the punter, which didn't help the return. So instead of 17-7, now it's 10-10 at halftime. Then trailing 20-10 in Washington territory. They get stuffed on 4th and 2. And they got the ball back there, 1st and goal from the 1, down 10. They got stuffed the first 2 play. Herbert threw a pick off a guy's face mask on the 3rd play. Game over. And then allowed a 99-yard touchdown drive to close out the game. So really 3 plays for the Chargers. 17-point loss. They could have won that game by that margin had those 3 plays gone differently. That said, they weren't able to execute on any of them. Herbert's a leading rusher. That's a problem. Marion Hampton, not a factor. And this is a team that wanted to run the football. Talked all offseason, we're going to run the football. They had the fewest runs on 1st and 2nd downs of any team in the NFL on a percentage basis. Yards per play, 5.2 for the Chargers, 7.1 for Washington. 10 penalties, 2 turnovers. This is one of the least penalized teams the first 3 weeks of the season. 15 penalties in the loss to the Giants, 10 yesterday. So Harbaugh, quote, we got to tighten up the operation in every way. And, Herbert's now been sacked 16 times. He was sacked 4 times yesterday. And the offensive line, they lost Becton and Pipkins yesterday. 2 offensive linemen got hurt during the game for the Chargers. And the fact that we've seen the Miami money tells me that maybe those injury reports aren't real good just yet. That being said, Miami, I did not like the looks on the Dolphins yet. I did not like how they responded to adversity yesterday at all. You can't run. You can't stop the run. Their running backs, 13 carries for 14 yards and allowed 29 for 238. This is a team that had, top 10 in run defense last year. 4 times in 5 games this year, they've given up 150 rushing yards. Mike McDaniel, quote, I think we were outgained by 200 yards in the run game. That's not good enough. You rarely win, if ever. But when you watch the game, Carolina wanted it more. And that was when you watch the effort in the 4th quarter, Carolina was hungrier. Miami was playing for their season, and Carolina was the hungrier team. Dolphins were favored. They were +2 in turnovers. They still lost the game. They were outgained by 1.7 yards per play. Tua, after the game, no one wants to start the season 1-4. There's just so many things that go into it. We've got to figure this out. We've got to figure it out now. This feeling sucks. I don't want Miami right now. Chargers are on my short list, although I am concerned about this injury report on the offensive line.
All right, we mentioned the Bucs. Baker doing Baker things and figuring out how to win football games. He looked rather impressive again. Mentioning impressive, do you think that Thursday night football game versus the Rams was more indicative of this Niners team and being able to plug and play Mac Jones into that offense? Or do you think that was more of a loss by the Rams? That's okay, Teddy.
I'm thinking about it, and the answer is a little bit from Colin. I mean,
Okay.
I don't rip the Rams too much for that loss. I really don't. Again, they're a play away from winning the game. They just got stuffed on fourth down. And the Williams fumble at the goal line. I mean, it was two random, pretty random things for that game. And when you have the old quarterbacks on Thursday night, you can't rip them. They won the yards per play battle against San Fran by 2.2 yards per play. 7.1 to 4.9, and they held San Fran to 2 of 5 in the red zone. The Rams played all right. The breaks just went the Niners' way on the most impactful plays of that ball game. Look ahead line here: Tampa 2.5/3, 46.5. My powering Tampa -3.5. The markets last night, I called it 3/2.5, more threes and 2.5s out there. 47.5 for Tampa and San Fran. And it's all threes this morning. The 2.5s are gone. 47.5 the prevailing number. San Fran will have extra rest time / prep time. They are a West Coast team traveling east, but it's not an early start game. Again, they got outgained by 2.2 yards per play, but they're still going to be playing without Brock Purdy and Nick Bosa and George Kittle and the top 3 wide receivers. They're coming off a huge division win. In which they played into overtime. They're 4-1. All 4 of their wins have come by 5 points or less. You can make a case they stole all 5. All 4 wins. San Fran could easily be 0-5 right now. They're in game after game. And by the way, they lost 2 more defenders during the ball game. Kyler Davis and Gross Matos both got hurt during the game. 2 starting defensive linemen. Baker was pretty special again yesterday, 29 of 33, 379, 2 touchdowns, no picks, 11.5 yards per pass attempt, only 4 incompletes. That being said, other than Baker, 19 carries, 41 yards. They're still not running the football effectively. They missed Bucky Irving in that ball game. The defense got absolutely gashed. They didn't sack Darnold once. Darnold completed 82% of his passes. They gave up 6.1 yards per rush. 10 yards per pass attempt. They allowed 5 touchdowns, no field goals. Those are not good defensive numbers. That being said, make Case Baker's MVP right now. 10 touchdown passes, 1 interception in 5 games. And it's worth noting, Mayfield has been in Tampa for 3 years. He's on his 3rd offensive coordinator. Why? He's gotten each of the last 2 offensive coordinators a head coaching job. Liam Cohen, the latest example. But brutal list of injuries for this team. Obviously, Mike Evans is hurt. You got Tristan Wirfs missed the first couple of games of the season. 2 more starting offensive linemen got hurt. Jalen McMillan is out. Bucky Irving is hurt. Defense down 3 starters. The Tampa injury report, not pretty, which is going to keep this line at 3. It's not going to go up to 3.5.
All right. I'm going to see if Baker can keep hanging on. I kind of like the Bucks here in this one. Teddy, anything injury-wise that you're looking at for that Niners game before we move on to some more of the other Sunday afternoon games? Last I saw Purdy was week to week. George Kittle, hearing some different rumors. He may be back this week. Anything on your end as far as the injury report goes?
Not yet. No, just a Sunday night, you're not going to hear about who's, a lot of that stuff comes out Monday and then throughout the course of the week. But both Tampa and San Fran have significant injury concerns. The line could easily move based on what we're going to see. I would not expect – I'm not counting on Purdy being back this week. But really, how much of a difference powering-wise is there right now between Purdy and Mac Jones? A point?
That's kind of what I was asking about Thursday Night Football. If I watch that game without sound and no names on the back of the jersey, Mac Jones looked very Brock Purdy-esque. All right, let's go into the worst game on the slate this week. But just because it's a bad game does not mean we cannot find value, right, Teddy?
Sure. Look, I lost money betting the Jets this week.
Titans take on the Las Vegas Raiders. We mentioned how do the Cardinals respond after their ugly loss. Tennessee got a win. Brian Callahan not fired yet. Geno Smith, turnover machine. My guy's thrown 8 interceptions so far this year. And that is why I took the Colts last week. I said, I can't trust this team, especially on the road. But now they're back at home and they're laying a lot of points here, Teddy.
Yeah, and the Raiders' home field isn't worth a whole lot. All right. Allegiant Stadium is usually half filled with opponents' crowd, and the Raiders have no history of winning on this field. So if you're going to say, oh, the Raiders are at home, I give the Raiders as small a home field edge as there is in the league. Look at line 5.5/6, 41.5. My powering number, Raiders 3.5. And I crashed the Raiders in my power rating after yesterday. I want no part. They look pretty bad. And you read the quotes afterwards and you'll understand why. 6 and 41.5 is where it opened. And we're already seeing 5.5s. And I'm going to emergency betting alert this right now. Doodly-oo, doodly-oo. Yeah. If you want Tennessee +6, grab it. This can't hold. It can't. The Raiders aren't good enough to lay 6 points. Now, admittedly, the Titans needed a break in the worst way, and Arizona gave them about 10 of them. You know, they looked dead in the water. They trailed 21-3. They allowed 3 touchdowns on 4 drives. You know, and then boom, all of a sudden, you know, they took advantage of a bunch of Cardinals mistakes. But Coach Callahan, you know, everyone was calling for him to be fired at halftime. You know, things just have to go your way sometimes. We haven't had a lot of those so far this year. We haven't had a lot of bounces in our favor. Sometimes you need that. In the fourth quarter, Cam Ward, 13 of 18, 193 yards. You know, I wish we had started better, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you start. It's how you finish. Calvin Ridley, we needed it pretty bad just to feel confident moving forward. We should build from this. That being said, Tennessee is a bad team off a win. Those teams have not historically done very well. But, you know, the Raiders have been a disaster since week 1. All right. They won at New England week 1, and they haven't won a game since. Pete Carroll talked about how all 3 phases were struggling. Well, I forget it was last week or 2 weeks ago. And I think it was the game in Washington where they were non-competitive, and they were even more non-competitive in Indy yesterday. Geno Smith has 9 interceptions, by the way. That's the most by any Raiders quarterback in the first 5 games of the season since Jim Plunkett. The last NFL quarterback to have 9 interceptions in his team's first 5 games, that'd be Zach Wilson. You never want to be compared with Zach Wilson. Pete Carroll, quote, "It was really disappointing for us to have such a hard time getting into this game. We need to change course from the way we're going." Talking about the struggles of late. I'm processing it poorly, to tell you the truth, because I did expect to win right out of the chutes. So, oh, by the way, both tight ends inactive yesterday. That's their 2 best pass catchers. Bowers is elite. Myers good. They lost another cornerback, Eric Stokes, hurt in that ballgame. Raiders are coming apart at the seams, even with the tough spot for Tennessee. The Raiders can't hold at 6. They really can't. We'll see some Tennessee money between now and kickoff.
All right, almost 2,800 of you guys watching live, whether it's on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, X, etc. So thank you guys for that. Jump in the comment section, give us a like. Make sure you hit that subscribe button so you never miss another episode of the Opening Line Report. Teddy, it is Monday morning, so that means I made a mistake. We got to go back to the 1 p.m. slate because we've got the New England Patriots taking on the New Orleans Saints. I don't know how I could forget these 2 teams. Patriots off that nice Sunday night football win. Admittedly, I went to bed at halftime, so you're going to have to give me the cliff notes on how that second half of the game went. Saints, speaking of second halves, what a second half by them. They were able to really capitalize on the mistakes of the New York Giants. I was very happy, even though I laid a bad number. I laid 1 with this team. I was very happy to get the end result.
What did you make a mistake on? I don't understand.
Well, we were in the 4 p.m. slate, and this is a 1 p.m. game.
Oh, that's all right. We go in rotation order. It's not. You can make all the mistakes you want like that. No big deal. You know, people will figure out what the start time is. Look ahead line: New England 3.5 and 45 against the Saints. My powering number: New England 3.5. The markets were 3.5 and 45 last night, and we saw 3.5, and there were 45.5s earlier this morning. So we're not seeing anything from the markets right now. And of course, the Patriots coming off, that was a statement game win for New England in Buffalo last night. You worry about a team like that, off a win like that, laying points on the road. I would not call it an optimal New England spot. That being said, don't be fooled by the Saints beating the Giants yesterday. They went 0-3 in the red zone. They had 2.9 yards per carry, only 5.4 yards per play. What did they do? They didn't turn the ball over, and they forced 5. You know, when you're +5 in turnovers, you're supposed to win. And even with that, they needed an 87-yard passing touchdown on a blown coverage, an 86-yard fumble return touchdown that flipped the game. Spencer Rattler's now 1-10 as a starter. You know, quote, "It feels good to get that first win. It was a team win. The defense played great. The offensive line was elite. Taysom Hill made his first appearance of the season. Foster Moreau was back on the defensive side after, he got hurt last year. So 2 longtime veterans returning to the roster. But now we're talking about a bottom feeder off a win. I tapped the brakes on New Orleans. They're not a team I'm excited about this week.
All right, let's tap the brakes. Let's hit the gas pedal on this team, Teddy. I think I have to go Packers and Survivor this week. Like I said about the Colts, I needed a rocking chair winner. Surely this is going to be a rocking chair Survivor winner. Double-digit favorite here. The Bengals are taking on the Green Bay Packers.
Look ahead, 13.5, 44. My powering number only comes 12.5 for the Packers, and I've got Green Bay priced for the elite, so maybe I'm not low enough on Cincinnati. Markets open 14/14.5 last night, 44, and the 14s are gone pretty much. It's mostly 14.5s out there right now for Cincy. The box score is going to lie for the Bengals. Lions, they said 206 of their 322 yards came in the fourth quarter when they trailed 28-3, and it wasn't that kind of 28-3 from the Super Bowl. It was Bengals with a backup quarterback who's struggling 28-3. They weren't coming back, and that's the 3rd straight game since he has scored just 3 points in the first 3 quarters of the game. They scored 21 in the fourth, but they've been out the last 3 losses, a combined margin of 113-37. Can they put Jake Browning out there again? I don't know. Zach Taylor. After a game like that, we're going to look at all the personnel to make sure we're doing the right thing. I won't shy away from that because it's a fair question after the amount of turnovers we had. We hung the defense out to dry a couple times in a row. That's my job. I call the plays on offense, and I put up myself, and it just hasn't been good enough. I've got to keep us out of danger. That's on me. So other options for Cincinnati. They got Brett Rypien on the 53-man roster. They have Mike White and Sean Clifford on the practice squad. We've seen pretty much every time that the coach has gone, I don't know, on Sunday night, we've seen a quarterback change. We saw it with Joe Flacco this past week. So I don't know. Browning, there was a spark in the fourth quarter. I don't know if there's enough of the spark to keep him there. The Packers are off a tie and a bye. They tied. They went 9 for 11 on 3rd down. Didn't have a 4th down conversion. 5 of 5 into the red zone touchdowns. But it was the first time all season where Jeff Hafley's defense got gashed in that game against Dallas. Tie and a bye might be a pretty good motivator. Worst defensive performance of the season by a wide margin might be a pretty good motivator. That could all be bad news for a Cincinnati team that is basically in free fall right now.
Yes, they are in free fall. It is not a good time to be a Cincinnati Bengals fan. Let's get into the double header. Oh, I apologize. We got to go to Sunday Night Football first. Detroit is headed to Kansas City. Kansas City still plays tonight, Monday Night Football in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I'm going to go quick with the Monday night games. We'll just do a little beep, but because I know we're running out of time. Look at line Kansas City 1-49 against Detroit. My powering number also 1-49. The markets right now 1/1.5, 49.5/50. So we're seeing some over money for Detroit. And of course, Jared Goff only threw 4 incomplete passes, in yesterday's game. Monty and Gibbs, 30 carries, 119 yards, controlled the whole flow. The box score lies. I talked about how Cincy got all those yards in the fourth quarter. Since the week 1 loss to the Packers, Detroit has scored 52, 38, 34, and 37 points. 4-0 straight up, 4-0 against the spread. But the Ravens, Browns, Bengals, Bears are not a who's who of good NFL teams. Kansas City's better than those squads. We'll see how the Chiefs look on Monday Night Football. If they look good, the 1.5s will hold. The 2s will hold. I don't see Kansas City, even if they blow out Jacksonville, laying a full field goal here. I don't see it.
Teddy, real quick, power ratings wise, how far do you have these two teams apart on a neutral field? Say 1.5 maybe?
Yeah, I have Detroit 1 point better on a neutral.
Okay, perfect. That's all I wanted to know. Just out of curiosity. Now let's get into these two Monday Night Football games. If you guys are going to hang around right after this, we got Andy Lang already in the comments section. Wager Talk today is up in 5 minutes. So let's get Teddy going here. The Buffalo Bills just got absolutely shocked last night by the New England Patriots. Now they head to Atlanta to take on the Falcons.
Yeah, look at line here. Buffalo -4.5 / -5, total of 50.5. My powering number, Bills 4.5. The market's open 3.5 and 49. The 3.5s are holding. The total has been bet down. There are still 48.5s out there. And let's do one final emergency betting alert. Let's do one final emergency betting alert. It's like, oh, I'm on the trigger. I'm on the trigger. Yeah, if you want the under, bet it right now. We're seeing the markets are the prevailing number is 48. There are 47.5s out there right now. This is already down from 49.5. But I don't know that even the 48s are going to hold for this ball game. There are concerns right now about Buffalo offensively. The Bills off the Sunday Night Football loss against the Patriots. The Falcons off the win versus Washington. And then the bye week. Last year, worth noting, Raheem Morris out of the bye week. They lost at home to the Chargers 17-13. And we'll see how fat and happy Atlanta is coming off a bye and a win. Buffalo likely to be hungry coming off the Sunday Night Football loss.
All right. The Bills at the Commanders is our second Monday Night Football game. Teddy, should I be wary? The Commanders were kind of on that longer list to play for Survivor. Is this a spot where you're saying, be careful?
The Bears are playing the Commanders. Look at line, Washington 4.5 and 50. My powering number 5.5, so higher than the markets on Washington right now. Last night opened 4.5 and 50, and we're seeing some Chicago money as low as 3.5 at a lot of books. You know, the Commanders gashed the Chargers defense all game. Deebo Samuel, huge in the game when McLaurin didn't show up. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, averaging 6.6 yards per carry full season. They outgained the Chargers by 1.9 yards per play. There's things to like about Washington. They didn't even play particularly well in yesterday's game. The Bears coming off a win and a bye. 4 takeaways against the Raiders in that victory, and they still only, looking like one of the worst teams in the league. Chicago only won by 1 after blocking the potential game-winning field goal attempt. Advantage, in my opinion, situationally, Washington, not Chicago.
All right, Teddy covers at Teddy_covers on all your social media channels. WT.buzz/TC. If you're looking to partner up with Teddy, let everybody know what you've got going on, not only for football season, but as I mentioned, NBA is right around the corner.
Sure, and baseball playoffs. The baseball playoffs have been fantastic. 4-1 so far this season. I think it's 14-4, dating back to last year in MLB playoff action. The football's been a good run. The last 15-7, I think it is, with my football plays over the last 2.5 weeks. The NBA, number 1 all time at WagerTalk since 2022. I'm number 1, or the 200 units of profit. Let's partner up. Check out the website, wt.buzz/TC. Visit wagertalk.com. And boy, guys, we appreciate those comments very, very much. Thank you for commenting below. Thank you for the likes, and good luck with all your bets this week.
All right, good luck, guys. We will see you next Monday morning, bright and early, for NFL week number 7.
Welcome to Wager Talk today, the gold standard of sports betting shows where we talk walk. Monday, we have a big lineup today. Gianni The Greek is going to join us with the Steam Report. We're going to talk Monday Night Football, early action on college football and NFL. Crackman is going to join us. We're going to talk a Monday Night Football prop for the Jaguars Chiefs. Steve Merrill going to give you 2 baseball breakdowns as well as a Monday Night Football breakdown and special treat. Believe it or not, NHL is getting ready to start. So Carmine's going to jump in here at the end, give us a couple of NHL futures, and get us ready for the start of the season. Got a big show. You guys know what to do. Hit that like button. Let's bring in Yanni. It's Monday. We got to get this day started off on the right foot. Yanni, how are you, my friend?
Never better, man. God bless America. What a country. Just making a living betting sports. It's a great, great country we live in. They're waking up Monday and looking at the accounts. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. But I think a couple are going to be shut down by the end of the day. They just crushed the college football and a lot of those live bets. I can't use them for subscribers. But once they start digging into those live screens and start beating up WNBA and beating up like NFL, college football, they start shutting those down quickly. So just throwing it out there. Anybody got any good credit accounts, hit me up. Let's make some money. But with that said, it's a busy day, busy week ahead. We have baseball today, 2 playoff games, 2 big playoff games, especially for my Philadelphia Phillies. Not in a good spot today at all. Last thing I wanted to see were the Dodgers as road favorites in a must-win game for Philadelphia, and starting to see some money coming in on Philadelphia. I do not like that. Just throwing it out there. I don't have a position on the game. You know, I have a future on the Phillies. I have a future on Seattle. So I'm a little bit biased on both of those teams. I'm hoping Philly can get it done as a home dog. But like I said, I'm not liking what I see with that betting line. As far as the Cubs in Milwaukee game goes, good balance, not one-way action. In fact, you're starting to see a little more Cubs money from the recreational bettors that are expecting this series to get evened out. I personally have a 4% on Milwaukee to win this series. So I'm hoping Milwaukee gets the job done today as well. But I don't have anything to report as far as sharp money goes, except for the over in that Milwaukee and the Cubs game. And the over after it dropped to 7.5, because it opened at 8, came down to 7.5, and then that's when you started seeing some over money. So obviously a little difference of opinion on the total between the Cubs and Milwaukee. But again, nothing really big to report there. Real quickly in the NFL, another game where you're seeing a low spread. So it's kind of good two-way action, even though it's the Chiefs as road favors. They're not as one-sided as you would expect. Good balance for the books, and they don't have a lot of risk coming in off of yesterday. Yesterday's Sunday night game, getting the cover for the dog and keeping the game under was a good result for the books. We had a big 4% on the under that came in for us. You got 2 good defenses. That's what we're looking at with Kansas City and the Jacksonville Jaguars. The number 3 most efficient defense on Kansas City, number 10 most efficient defense for Jacksonville. It's going to be which offense shows up. Obviously, Kansas City's on paper's offense is better than Jacksonville, which is, barely in the top 20 right now. Home field advantage, about 1.8 points for Jacksonville. Strength of schedule so far has been about the same between the two. So it's a tough game to cap, it seems like, from the recreational bettors. Like, they're not all diving in. So it seems like people have a lot more handicapping to do before they get to the window with tonight's game. And we haven't seen any line movement either. Sat at 3.5 was where the opener was, sitting around 3.5. Knowing 3 is such a key number, that's a telling sign that you're not seeing, any real risk yet for the books. As far as the total goes, we saw the total come up and then come back down, meaning it got bet up from 44.5 to 46. And at 46, you saw some under money as well. So there's money all over the place in tonight's baseball and NFL game, which is going to get all the action. And from a market perspective, this is a good day to be a bookmaker. You're going to get a ton of volume, and they're going to end up not having all that much risk on either side. So they'll be able to sweep up that vig. It's one of those days, again, that's good to be a bookmaker.
Let's do a couple look aheads. I know you said we got a little bit of action here opening line.
Oh, yeah.
Teddy just did opening line report where he goes over all the look aheads for this coming up week in NFL. What are you seeing for college and NFL so far?
All right, let's look at college football. A couple of the marquee games. Now, Oklahoma, Texas, Georgia, Auburn, no movement at all. Texas opened 3, sitting at 3. Auburn opened 3.5, sitting at 3.5. But the marquee matchups that we did see movement, we saw Florida State go from the opener of 9.5 got bet and also -10 against Pitt. We saw Missouri get money at +4 and +3.5 also against Alabama as home dogs. We saw Arizona State grab 6 against Utah. We saw BYU -1 over Arizona. Florida, they took 8.5 and they took 8 against A&M. South Carolina, they took the 10 against LSU. And finally, Indiana against a red hot and popular Oregon team. They took the 9.5, they took the 9, they took the 8.5, they took the 8 on Indiana over Oregon. So they bet Florida State, Missouri, Arizona State, BYU, Florida, South Carolina, and Indiana in those marquee matchups. Real quickly in the NFL, a couple of the look-ahead lines that had follow-through. That's what you want to pay attention to on your odds logic screen. Indianapolis, -3, -125 was the look-ahead. They opened it at 5. That got hit. 5.5 got hit as well. No surprise. A lot of recency bias around the Colts. The Rams, Baltimore's a team they're fading. Looking to fade Baltimore. The look-ahead was 6.5. That got bet. The 7 opener got bet as well. Miami, another team. Chargers starting to get faded. They took Miami at +5.5 at the look ahead. They took 5 at the opener as well. Tampa Bay over San Francisco, fading the injured San Francisco team. They laid the 1.5 look ahead. They laid the 2 opener. They laid the 2.5 as well. Green Bay against Cincinnati. They laid the points again, fading Cincinnati, which got blown out once again. They laid 13.5 was the look ahead. The opener was 14. They laid that as well. And next Monday night, Atlanta over Buffalo, which did not look good last night on Sunday Night Football. No surprise. Little recency bias there. They took the 5 look ahead on Atlanta. They took the 4.5 opener and the 4 that was sitting up there. So that's some of the early NFL look ahead steam that got follow through on Monday.
Talk about recency bias. Do you think the books react enough, not enough? How do the syndicates handle this? Because recency bias, obviously, you can get some bloated numbers, but then, there's some of these teams. I think this Baltimore team is a train wreck. I think they're saving everyone till after the bye week. They're going to go in the bye 1-5, and then their schedule gets super, super easy. I picked them in Survivor, and I'm looking at this going, what have you seen from this Baltimore team? This is not the Baltimore Ravens. They have all their backups on defense, and they have a backup quarterback. It's just not the Ravens. I'm pretty surprised. I would be surprised if this doesn't make it to double digits here. So, what's your take on recency bias, or is it just game by game?
No, I think what happens is the book is forced to shade towards that recency bias. They have to, because bettors remember what they saw last, and they're going to react to it. So the books are forced to shade towards that bias. But it's then we, the market, I think, that overreacts. That's what I think ends up happening. Kind of like the same thing with injuries, where the book knows this quarterback's worth 4.5 points to the betting line. We're going to adjust it 4.5 points. But then we, the market, says, oh, no, he's worth more than that. And next thing you know, it's a 6.5, 7 point adjustment. That wasn't the books adjusting it. That was we, the market, disagreeing with the books adjustment. And I think that's what you see. And a perfect case was Baltimore. Here's the difficulty of the books. Let's remember, week 1, they lost to Buffalo in a game that was improbable to lose, meaning they had like a 99.9% probability of winning very late in that game. They lost. After that loss, they were still considered the best team on paper. The week after that, they beat Cleveland by 24 points as 13-point favorites. So as of going into September 22nd, just 2-3 weeks ago, they were considered the best team in the NFL. In fact, they were 4.5-point favorites over the best team in the NFL right now, the Detroit Lions. They lost that game by 8 points. Still, everyone thought this is a team on paper. They're 1-2, but they're arguably the best team in the NFL. Then they lose to KC and they get blown away by Houston, and all that is forgotten that quickly. That's what the difficulty of the books is. That 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, on paper, wise guys are arguing this 1-2 Baltimore team should still be favored over more or less everyone on a neutral field. But the market says, no, they suck. They're starting to fade Baltimore. That's the difficulty the books have with teams like that. So I give them kind of a break, and they sometimes they're playing catch up. More times than not, they're ahead. but sometimes they are caught playing catch up. And a team like Baltimore, I think that's what's happening right now, where bettors are just lining up to fade them and they can't lower them quick enough on their power ratings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at, I mean, Green Bay's what, minus 14.5 against the Bengals. What's the difference between the Bengals and the Ravens at this point? They're both on backup quarterbacks. They both can't stop anybody. So I'm really surprised on that Rams. Like, on the road, who cares? You're going on the road. Like, that crowd's going to be excited to go watch Cooper Rush and that defense play. Nice job. You and I both hit our 5% best bets in UFC. We all know 5% just mean a little bit more in this industry. It just actually a lot more. So awesome stuff with that. Happy Monday to you. What do you have up for everyone?
Thank you, brother. As of right now, the package that's going up within the next 60 minutes is the Monday Night Football game. Just was waiting for a little confirmation because I really have a strong lean. That I think is coming through. That should be up. And of course, I'll have my Saturday college football up, my Sunday NFL up. Already have some plays for subscribers ready to go. Tomorrow's Contender Series. We have a big UFC card on Saturday. I think I got a 5% ready to pop there as well. So it's a busy week. We got a lot ahead, a good couple months to close out the year. Head on over to WagerTalk.com. Jump on board. Another winning football season ahead. We've won every single week in college football so far. Let's just keep it going. Keep grinding.
All right, Gianni The Greek. Let's get this week off to the right foot. Let's cash on Monday Night Football. So, Benjamin, how about them Colts? Listen, there's two things you want in a hometown team that you're rooting for. The first is, can they just be likable? We'll get to winning, but can they be likable and fun to watch? And then it's winning, and this Colts team has both of them. It is freaking awesome to watch this Colts team. Yeah, they beat up on a bad team, but yes, the Colts are such a pleasant surprise. And yes, it is an indictment on the New York Giants that they were sitting on Daniel Jones, who looks this incredibly good. So it's awesome, man. It's a lot of fun here in Indianapolis. So, all right, Dan, let's do overreactions, where the books won, where the public won, and some props fantasy winners and losers. All right, overreactions to week 5. Jackson Dart is not ready to start. They started him too early. The Jets are the worst team in the NFL. I don't know if that's an overreaction. Because they're actually putting out their starters. Like the other teams that are hurt, I don't know. Steelers are going to win the AFC North, and they didn't even play this week. I saw a Josh Allen is not the MVP tweet last night. And then, Dan, we jumped the gun on Mark Sanchez. The overreaction was Mark Sanchez was a victim of violence in a city full of chaos and anarchy. That was.
It's almost like you don't need to live tweet every single thing that happens in the world. Like we can shut up for 5 seconds and get some facts before we start live tweeting. It's almost like we can do that.
I'm being dead serious when I tell you the story first came out and the reaction to everyone in the city was downtown is becoming too dangerous. You can't go down there. That was literally a storyline in Indianapolis. And then it was like, oh, maybe it's just dangerous when Mark Sanchez is blacked out walking around attacking Uber Eats drivers.
I don't know if you saw, Andy, that they released like the video of what went down. Unhinged. Sanchez is going to jail. Like he's
in jail. They released him from the hospital and took him to jail. Anyway, shout out to downtown Indianapolis. Not nearly as dangerous as we said. All right, let's go to where the books won and where the public won. Boy, the books won a lot on some teasers and money lines, thanks to the Cardinals blowing it and the Bills blowing it. Vikings-Browns under was a huge play. That did not get there, so the books did very, very well there. And where the public won big, Colts minus points and Lions minus points. Those were huge gets for the public. Let's go to props and fantasy football winners and losers. Dan, your boy Devonta Smith is having a really good year. Justin Jefferson is starting to click. He's starting to pay dividends in the props market. Rashid Shaheed, Dan, excellent call on Rashid Shaheed. Justin Fields, garbage time still counts. This guy is like a fantasy football monster, even though sometimes it's in time that doesn't even matter. This Ryan Flournoy for the Cowboys, where did he come from? Never even heard of him, but congratulations to him. Rico Dowdle, comes in for Chuba Hubbard, 200-yard day. Jalen Waddle subbing for Tyreek Hill. That was one that a lot of us in the props market were like, why didn't we play Jalen Waddle with Tyreek Hill out? CJ Stroud is starting to put up some big numbers. And Baker and Ibuka, what a duo this team is. I continue to say at the end of the year, you're going to have the Chiefs and the Bucks with the best wide receiving core if everyone's healthy and back. Jamar Chase, garbage time, again, still counts. Krosky Merritt, he has wrapped up that job in Washington. He looks great. And Stephon Diggs looks rejuvenated. Huge revenge game last night. And fantasy football and props losers. Dan, your boy Saquon Barkley, not getting it done right now. But again, the Eagles have much bigger fish to fry. I would expect his usage rate to go up a little bit, but he's not putting up the stats. Derrick Henry, holy cow. Derrick Henry, fantasy owners, prop bettors, yikes, this is getting bad. The Raiders are a props and fantasy wasteland. Tough one if you had Amari DiMercato anytime touchdown. That's a brutal beat. The Chargers, there's just too many injuries on the offensive line. And Woody Marks. Looked like he had the starting job in Houston, and then they're like, nope, we're going to run Nick Chubb. So those are your fantasy football and props winners and losers. All right, we're going to bring in Crackman and get his thoughts on the weekend, and then we're going to talk a prop. Bill, happy Monday. How are you, sir?
Betting a prop as we speak. Sorry.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Would you like to share with the rest of the class?
Yeah, let me just get it in one more spot. We're on a live show, but I don't care. I'll tell them now. I just bet that MGM. Overworthy receiving yards. 55.5 MGM, 54.5 have a couple. I don't think his injury is that serious, though. And to be honest with you, that's why you're getting a discount because of it. I also released that last week, and it was a pretty easy winner, but it was a lot more yards. So, yeah, there's a live prop here, guys. Sorry.
I liked his receptions. I like his yards because they seem to be trying to make a big deal out of this injury, and it doesn't really seem like that big of a deal. So what they said, swelling in his ankle on the flight, like, well, it's not like he got hit by a car or anything. So. What was your thoughts on the weekend? We did some overreactions. What was your take on NFL?
You ever meet anybody that had a nice weekend again? I've won like every week in college. Had a good weekend in even NFL and props and stuff. Probably I'm up a lot of money so far in this last month. And you ever meet anybody that is still sour? I am so sour. I am so upset about Arizona losing, knocking me out of the contest, many contests. I had it cost me a lot of money, including Grandissimo, which I had a third of an entry. So it was a very expensive day as far as that goes. But even with the contest losing a lot of money, still having a good financial month. But it's just the way Arizona lost. And I know it's in the moment. I usually don't live in the moment. In the moment, losing the way Arizona lost and knocked me out of these things. You're going in for the score 28-6 it would have been, and the guy just dropping the ball. These guys get millions of dollars and they want to like nonchalant, don't even think, like, pull up before you go in the end zone. Don't hold the ball. Like, it was a very upsetting day for me, the end of the day there. Usually I don't dawn on things too. I wake up, it is what it is. You go on. And I am treating it that way. As you can see, I'm betting props here, doing some other things. But, pretty upset at that Arizona game. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure most of you guys probably know about it and what happened in the game. Tennessee's a terrible team. But then again, got to be blunt. Not real fond on Arizona. I wasn't really, didn't have a lot of faith putting my money on. It was either Arizona or the Colts. I felt the Colts have a better quarterback. I just did. But schedule-wise and to use Arizona, that was the best opportunity to use them. Both Colts and them were both 7.5 point favorites. Already used the Bills. Not that it mattered. The Bills lost. The only other real survivor there is Detroit. And Detroit is on the road. I don't like using road teams in these type of contests. I had a buddy of mine text me I really respect this morning. how Arizona was the optimal pick. And he actually said, that he just can't believe how so many of these people picked 3-point favorites and how they got through. It's the equivalent of risking whatever your equity is minus 300 because your implied value is only going to go up 25-30% if you win on average. It's just more of an analytical background. And I'm just trying to put some of his words in layman's terms. He's very, very smart guy. He's a contest player only. Doesn't really gamble that much, actually. But yeah, so it was really, really upset. So I'm sorry, I was really upset. Just that I have partners too. Let me be blunt, Andy. They're putting up $33,000. So I have 2 other partners putting up $33,000 each. They have faith in me having the right decision, but I do check with them. Even though I get the final call, I do check with them before, and both of them agreed with the pick. But there was a fraction of time we thought about the Colts. So we looked at the schedule, and we thought that this was the only time Arizona was going to have, they're playing the worst team in football. Argument, yeah, no, they are. I mean, Carolina's probably not the worst anymore, even before yesterday's game. I think Tennessee's like the worst team in football. So I think this is a good pick. I'd do it again. And again, this is a freak thing, man. So many things had to go right for Tennessee. But, it's funny, Andy. It didn't stop me from going to one of the best restaurants last night to eat Carbone. I went to Carbone last night after I lost that. Because what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? Is sit around and sulk about it all day? But I woke up today thinking about it a little bit. And I kind of feel bad for other people. Listen, I lose my own money. I feel bad when other people lose money because of me. But then again, I'm feeling bad for a guy that's got his own private jet, restaurants, strip clubs. The guy's a multi-zillionaire. What am I even thinking about? I mean, but I just, they put their faith in me, and again, we all agree. So it was a fun thing. Grandissimo, I'll get in again next year, God willing. And even the Survivor though knocked me out of many entries on Survivor. I'm down to 1 entry in Survivor. So this was a real big, a lot of carnage yesterday. I'm sorry, it wasn't only Sunday Bloody Sunday. It was Thursday Bloody Thursday. The Rams losing, which I thought I was a genius now. I had no Rams pick. I said, this is great. Rams is out, lost a lot of the pool. And what happens? You lose, you lose the big one with Arizona. So it happens. I'm over it. Had a good day financially, though, betting. Good weekend. Again, having a great season, what's going to happen. It's going to happen. Like I've been telling people from the beginning over here on WagerTalk, we're going to win. As long as you don't get thrown out or limited, you're going to win. So, which is unfortunately when I get thrown out and limited. But there are a couple books in town that do take my bets. Thank God that the Westgate's taking a prop from me. Circus taking a prop from me. The Win takes some straight good totals, and so does the other sports books. I have like 3 or 4 here in town that take some good prop bets off me. So I'm happy about that.
Well, let's talk about some props tonight. You gave us a quick little one on Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
What's another prop you're looking for?
No, right now it was just Worthy, to be honest with you. Worthy was a prop.
Okay.
It just so happens that I just started betting it when we came on air. So there's a free one for everyone. Worthy over. And Andy, I don't like bet. I tell you, I'm still that old school mind. I sometimes hate betting these overs. I'm an under guy because I always think that the value is going against the public, going against a marquee team. But these books have adjusted to the point where I am playing more and more overs on player props. There's a built-in value for betting under. Quarterback gets hurt, or something comes out for a couple plays, or and also there was the tax that you pay in the way of extra yardage. But however, now I'm noticing spots where I'm betting a lot of overs and they're cashing. So it's a total different game. If you don't evolve every year, you will not win. It's that simple. Even like Super Bowl props, my first 10, you're only allowed to bet 2 at the counter at Westgate. I remember going up in the lottery. You're allowed to bet 2. I bet 11. I had circled. I only got to bet 10 of them. I had like 5 or 6 overs. Now, I mean, it ran good there too. I was 9-1 on that first list. So, but even going back from the counter, dump from the deck, I can't believe I'm betting like 6 overs out of 11. It's just impossible. It's just never. I've made a lot of money betting unders in my career, a lot of money, and it's the reason why I get thrown out of so many sports books betting props. So We can bet overs now. Hopefully, Worthy continues that streak of overs. And I know everyone wants to bet sides out there. I get it. Sides is fun. It's the biggest thing you talk about. Everyone loves betting sides. You want to bet your favorite team tonight. I released the other day on WagerTalk -3, -20, I believe, on KC. A lot of 3.5 now. No, unless you buy it, unless you can find a spot. And it's very price sensitive. At -3, -30, it's a no play. That's how tight these margins are. That's how tight they are. Now, a lot of other people in general that I notice, I know a couple of people that sell picks, and they say, oh, -3, -22, or -25 at Rivers or at DraftKings, where I'm not allowed to bet. You can bet $250. There's an old lady in Arthur Avenue in the Bronx that runs the hot dog cart. She takes more than that. So, I mean, I don't understand how these companies are in business. ESPN Bet, all these big companies, they don't take bets off winners. Losersonly.com, they should be named. It's really bad. And you know what? I do that at the risk of them sponsoring one of my shows down the line. Thank God I'm good in life. I don't have to worry about that. Seriously. All double birds to all these places that, advertise and spend millions and millions on advertising. Yet when it comes to taking bets off someone that has a pulse, you throw them out or limit them to a grocery dollar. All right, I'm ranting this morning. Imagine having a great month and I'm still ranting. That makes me, though. I like to stick up.
You're great. I actually just looked it up. Losers.com. It's available.
Is it?
It's,
wow.
It's owned by a group, but it's nothing. It just so
right.
you and I let's talk after the show. Let's partner up. Let's buy losers.com. Make a sports book out of it. We'll be billionaires. That's awesome. Bill, Monday, what do you have up for clients over at WagerTalk?
Listen, I'll say it again. I don't even have to go to the site, but I know it. There's nowhere ever I've sold the packages that it's this cheap. WagerTalk has. I know they told me, Bill, don't worry, we're going to get a lot of volume, and they have a lot. I mean, these packages they have up though. There's nowhere where you can get a weekly package or a season-long package cheaper than WagerTalk for my stuff. I mean, like I said, and even the Major League playoffs, we've I shouldn't do this yet. It's a bad old fashioned. It's funny. I was talking to one of my buddies last night, Teddy Atlas, boxing guy. He's like, you never tell anyone it's over till it's absolutely over. And here I am opening my mouth already. So I give up. Of course, Toronto has a nice dog for the series. They're up 2-0. Hopefully they continue that. Yesterday, Seattle, a nice dog again in baseball. I know we're a football season, but sometimes you get these values against these marquee players. I host a nationwide show on the weekends on Fox. And where I got this from was almost common sense yesterday. Everyone talking about Scooble. Oh, my God, this guy's great. He's pitching tonight. They're up 1-0. They look great. So this is a good spot for a letdown in the dog here. But anyway, going back to that, what I was saying, we got some baseball stuff up too. Got football stuff up, of course. Like I said, the season is the best value. There's nowhere else in the world you're going to get that value. We have some really good packages. You can inquire within too to even get my package throughout Super Bowl, which let me just tell you, Super Bowl props, playoff props, they are just money in the bank. So we got a lot of good stuff, Andy, here. Go over to WagerTalk and find me over there and sign up.
Crackman joining us every Monday. Thank you so much. Don't forget to go check out losers.com. It's Bill's and I's next business venture. So, all right, guys, we have one best bet that is up for Monday Night Football. Coming off a really nice run in NFL props. We're seeing the props really well. We're 5-2 so far this week, and we're 6-1 in prime time games this season. So we're seeing prime time really, really well. Telling everybody my goal is 58-59% by the end of the season. We're almost there. So if you want to jump on board, we're having a really, really good week in NFL props. Also 5% UFC. Best bet is up. Easy cash on our 5% on Saturday. We're coming right back with another one. The next two cards, absolutely love. We will have 5% best bets in both of them. So you want to get the best number, encourage you to go grab that ASAP, lock in the bet. That way you got the best number. So NFL prop of the night. We hit our last one on Monday Night Football. So take advantage, wt.buzz/AL. Come cash with us. Let's do all around the world here. Give out some free plays. And believe it or not, we got a darts play for tonight. That's right, free darts play coming. Let's do a prop in the Chiefs Jags. Kareem Hunt over 27.5 yards rushing. These Chiefs running backs have been bad, but I think this is too much of an overreaction. This is Kareem Hunt. He's had 30-plus yards the last 3 weeks, and he leads the Chiefs in rush attempts this year. I don't think Pacheco's 100% recovered from the injury from last year. For whatever reason, they trust Kareem Hunt. They like him. He's in there. So I guess if Andy Reid and Mahomes trust him, I guess we should too. Dodgers, Phillies, Jesus Luzardo over 14.5 outs. Gone over in 27 out of 32 games this season. 21 outs last couple games in the head-to-head matchup. And the World Grand Prix of Darts that starts here in about 30 minutes. We're going to take two players here, James Wade, and we're going to parlay him with Gary Anderson. I don't want to bore you with dart stats. We're just getting the two best players in a format they're really good at. So we're going to parlay James Wade and Gary Anderson and get these prices down to minus 112. It's a World Grand Prix of Darts, and we may or may not have client bets for darts up tomorrow. We'll see. All right, let's bring in Steve Merrill. Steve's going to break down the Monday night football game.
Oh, I thought we were doing dart stats. I'd nodded off.
Believe it or not, there are dart stats out there. And even though I find them fascinating, I know nobody wants to hear me yammering
I actually was
on
kind of
about
curious.
180s.
I'm not your average Joe. I would have loved to hear it, as you probably know, a Hindi. So I was actually kind of interested.
Well, it's an interesting format, Steve. Double in, double out. All right, here we go. So real quick, Steve, I always ask you the week 5 overreactions. Which one do you like the best? Jackson Dart not ready to start in the NFL. The Jets are the worst team in the NFL. The Steelers are going to win the AFC North, even though they didn't play this week. Josh Allen is now not the MVP. And then we did a jumping to conclusion that Indianapolis is a very dangerous city, full of chaos and anarchy because of Mark Sanchez. And then it turns out Mark Sanchez is the chaos and anarchy. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah, I saw that headline. I know nothing else, but it said former Fox News analyst and NFL player Mark says stabbed and arrested. That's what the headline said. I'm like, what? Stabbed and arrested. So I actually don't know what happened. I, once again, didn't apply to my handicap into the game, so I didn't care, right? I just move on. But I did see that headline. I think the biggest overreaction has to be that SVG is the greatest NASCAR racer in history, Randy. I actually caught the end of that race yesterday for the first time all year. What is it, 5 road course wins? You told me about this guy. I don't even know who he is still.
He's won all of them. Every Andy, real quick, he's won in the NASCAR.
You win a race, you get into playoffs. I mean, are they thinking about next year just letting him run all the ovals just so he has enough races or whatever the minimum?
That's what they're doing this year. He just keeps advancing as long as there's a road course in the playoffs. He's.
Well, I don't think he advanced. Did he? Advance. I heard the top 8. I didn't think. Yeah, but I don't think he's in the top 8.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, he's not advancing to the
next for the championship. He's not eligible.
Yeah, he advances to the playoffs every year. Every year they have a road course race. Just
you and I need to put a WagerTalk team together. This is our chance. We get a guy like him. We just run 40th in every oval race, and we have a ringer for one track, just one track.
Exactly.
WagerTalk.com on the side of the car. Picks and parlays, $7 Fridays. By the way, it'd be a great practice promo. It'd be fantastic. I didn't see him on the screen. I thought Dan was going to throw him up there, so I didn't listen to a word you said. I heard something about Jackson Dart, and I heard Indianapolis.
Jackson Dart not ready to start. Are the Jets the worst team in the NFL? Yeah. The Steelers are going to win the AFC North, despite that they didn't even play. So, you got some good ones. I kind of like the Josh Allen is not the MVP because of one loss. I kind of like that one.
Well, and I always like to look, too, like how did I feel the games are going to play out? I had a best bet of the Patriots on Sunday night. And whenever I like a dog, I think they can win outright, just like the Titans. You know, I mean, I've always said if you're going to play NFL dogs, you put some of it on the money line because majority of the time they do win straight up. So I'm not going to overreact to the Sunday night result. Josh Allen probably does not win the MVP because he won it last year. And we normally don't see guys win it back-to-back seasons. I thought that the Cowboys were a very public play this week. The Jets have looked awful. They're coming off the Monday night game. But I thought they were in a decent spot maybe to catch Dallas, who's been unable to stop anybody defensively except for the electricity or the lightning outage. Dart is ready to start. That rhymes, so I kind of like that. They're all overreactions. That's why we have fun with this on Monday. But the Jets are looking pretty bad. I don't think the Steelers win that division, although the Ravens have tapped out. The Bengals, they probably won it by default, right? Mike Tomlin, class of William Mary, 2 years older than me, man. He always seems to get it done. We always talk about how he always has a winning record no matter how bad. I think they've been negative points in yardage like 3 years in a row now. They've still had a winning record. So I guess they're due to have a breakout season there. There probably is the Steelers to win or lose. I don't think they're that good, though.
Just some interesting NFL MVP. Josh Allen is plus 150. Sean says take a look at Jared Goff. He's 15-1. I like Baker at 12-1. And listen, 45-1, Daniel Jones. Not too many quarterbacks playing better than him. So I don't know. We'll see. Interesting futures look. All right, Steve, let's talk this Monday night game. How do you break down the Chiefs and the Jaguars?
Well, I broke it down about 3 days ago, side and total for free in a video. So what I'm going to do, Andy, I'm going to look at some props, which I did not mention in the video. Once again, if you want my side and total breakdown for this Chiefs-Jags game, it is free right here on WagerTalk TV, the Monday night breakdown. By the way, the Patriots were a client bet last night on Sunday. I gave that to you free in the video as well. So I gave you a lot of the plays I ended up using for my clients. Check out the Monday night 2-for-1 with the side and total free play video. But let's look at some props here for this segment. And one thing I like to do is always take a contrarian stance in the NFL, but I also don't like trying to catch falling knives in any sport. And that's why with the Fade the Public video, I always say a lot of times we just pass. We don't fade by playing really ugly teams. We talked about the Cowboys were very public Sunday. The Jets have struggled. The Titans have struggled at times, although they did step up against the Cardinals. Had a best bet on that, by the way, yesterday on Sunday. That was more of a fade of Arizona. But in this game tonight, I think we could start to trust the Chiefs offense a bit. You know, they looked awful in the Super Bowl last year, and I wasn't big on them coming into this season, but they did make some improvements in offensive line. They've gotten a little healthier. But the big change now that we're about a month into the season is they're getting some of their explosive playmakers back, especially at the wide receiver position. I don't read too much into the Brazil game. That was week 1A of the NFL season. It was a foreign game right after the preseason. Chargers are looking decent. And by the way, that was a phony win by not my Washington Commanders yesterday on Sunday. Chargers still one of the better teams in the AFC. Eagles, one of the better teams in the NFC. But now that the Chiefs have started to step down in class a bit, the 22 points against the Giants could have been a lot more. I thought they moved the ball okay offensively. And now I look for maybe a breakout game with some big plays here. And I think the way you can attack some big play opportunities is longest completion, longest reception props over. Something I don't talk a lot about. But Patrick Mahomes' longest completion over 35.5 tonight. I like that one. And then if you want to tie that in with some reception props as well, maybe either Worthy or Thornton's longest reception over also, if you have access to those. I'm going to pull those up right now, actually. Longest reception for Worthy is about 22.5. He's had a long of 37, I believe, this year. And also, we're looking at some other guys here. Tyquan Thornton, 13.5. He's had one, I believe, of 49. I like Worthy over 22.5 for his longest. Thornton over 13.5 or Mahomes over 35.5. I think there'll be some big plays tonight against the Jacksonville defense that's going to go one-on-one and get burnt. This Kansas City offense is starting to break out now that they're getting healthy at the receiver position.
Awesome stuff, Steve. You don't have to threaten me with a good time with props. Now you're talking.
Love the
my
over
language
props,
here.
right, Andy? Because like you can win it by like the second play of the game, whereas if you take the shortest or whatever, you're sweated out to the final play of the game.
Yeah, so I it's interesting. Crackman was talking about this, how he used to bet unders and now he's betting more overs. I'm the same way.
Same here.
One of the best props in all of sports was taking the under on the points, rebounds, and assists on the superstars in the playoffs, because the books would just put this astronomical number out, and everything had to go right for them to go over. So you just played the under, and now they're constantly going over, and it's the same in NFL. They put these lower like totals up, and one play blows it out of the water, and I end up gravitating more towards the overs these days.
Right, and I agree with you, Andy. And it's like everyone's going to say, well, the value's with the under, and you see that with over/under total points for decades as well. The sharps always play unders, the public plays overs. The sharps play underdogs, the public plays favorites. And I talk about this a lot in my Fade the Public video that I use this as a filter, right? We don't just blindly fade the public. I'm not looking to play crap teams, as I said earlier. And it's the same thing with these props. I'm looking to play over props. If the line isn't there, the value isn't there, we just pass. But I'm the same way. I find myself playing more overs with totals in general. And it's because it's a cleaner handicap. If I'm looking for a game, I think where both offenses have the abilities to score, both teams have explosive abilities. This case, I think Kansas City has some big play abilities against Jacksonville tonight. So that's going to correlate to a long pass reception at some point. Mahomes is going to have to throw it. So we get his over 35.5. But then I sprinkle in a couple of the receivers at lower numbers as well. And it also, I don't care about watching these games. But once again, it takes a little bit of the bad beat factor out, because you've seen some, Andy, where you can go a full game and all of a sudden that last meaningless play is a big play throw or something. So there's a lot of reasons I gravitate towards overs as well. Now that the betting market has become more sophisticated, I'm not sure there's just intrinsic value anymore with the under like there used to be 20 years ago.
Yeah, agreed. We'll keep talking about props, but we got a couple really big baseball games here, Steve. So I want to get your breakdown on both of them. So it looks like we got Snell for the Dodgers, Luzardo for Phillies, Imanaga. This guy's last name trips me up every single time. It's not even that difficult, and for whatever reason, I can't do it. So I'm going to let you talk about the Brewers and the Cubs. You're breaking down both games. I'm not going to interrupt you. Just go back to back here. Dodgers, Phillies, Cubs, and Brewers.
So we have two baseball games here tonight on Monday. First one's an early start at 6 Eastern, Phillies, Dodgers, and then a late start at 9 o'clock Eastern, Cubs, Brewers. They're both on TBS and True TV, one of my favorite networks, and Practical Jokers. I need to get on that show. Let's make it happen. Comment below if you want to see me on Impractical Jokers, if you like True TV. Early game, though, at 6 Eastern is Dan Alexander's Phillies at home against the LA Dodgers. You know, the Dodgers were anointed the World Series champs before the season began back in April, like at 2-1 odds. Underperformed most of the season, but to say they've turned it on recently would be an understatement. 8 straight wins. 5 straight to finish the regular season, including beating Seattle 3 straight, who's one of the best teams in baseball on the road. And then maybe the biggest mismatch we've seen in recent years in the MLB playoffs was against the Reds in round 1. I took advantage. 2-0 sweep using the Dodger run line. And we talk about this. If you play the Dodgers, you play the -1.5. They usually win by margin or they lose outright. Well, we played Dodger run line in both games 1 and 2. And we're off to a 100% start in the MLB playoffs because of that. Rare opportunity here where you get the Dodgers at a pretty reasonable price, about $1.25 road favorite tonight. I'm going to look at the total, though, instead, under 8. It opened 7.5. It's now up to 8 in some spots, still 7.5 over. So you can get under 7.5 even, under 8 -15, -20. By the way, that half run is worth about 20 cents on average, as 8 is what we call a less likely. I don't want to say it's a dead number. It's less likely than 7 or 9. The way baseball is played, if it's 3-3, it has to land 7 or more. 4-4, it has to land 9 or more because of extra innings. So under 7, even money, or under 8, -15, -20 is fine with me either way. Battle of lefties here. My concern is that the Dodgers have been explosive offensively. I talked about the 18 runs they put up against the Reds. Well, they put up 5 runs against Philly in game 1. That landed on exactly 8 runs. Both pitchers, though, have been solid. Blake Snell, a 2.4 ERA on the season. Luzardo, not quite as much, 3.9. But if you look at his last 7 starts going back to mid-August, 3.0 ERA. So he is dialed in, even though he's pitched a lot more innings than he did last year. Last year, only 66 innings, 178 the year before that, 183 this year. Meanwhile, Snell has been limited, so he only has 61 innings after going 104 and 180. If you want to take a little bit of that Dodger uncertainty, their hot offense, and a little bit of the Luzardo uncertainty out of the equation, maybe a better way to attack this one is just a team total. Instead of under 8 for the game, we play the Phillies under 3.5. So I do like Philly team total under 3.5 if you're a little hesitant, as I am, to fade that red-hot Dodger offense at 6:05 Eastern tonight on Monday. Other game at 9 o'clock Eastern, also lefty-lefty. All 4 pitchers, starting pitchers tonight, are southpaws. I can't remember the last time I've seen that happen, so it'll be interesting. And this is an interesting game as well because we've seen the money come in on Milwaukee early on, opened about $1.25 favorite. They're up to $1.30, $1.35 now, and it's hard to disagree. Brewers were the best team in baseball this season. It wasn't the Dodgers. It was the Brewers, and they're in pretty good current form as well. You always worry about the long layoff, and the Padres had that momentum edge, or the Cubs, rather, had the momentum edge coming in after the Padre 3-game series. And we have seen in recent years these wildcard teams do quite well with this expanded baseball playoff format, but it didn't matter. Brewers 9-3 win on Saturday. It was easy, and I think that was the difficult spot for them. A little bit of a pitching edge here maybe on the season for the Cubbies, but then again, Aaron Ashby's been solid. Only 66 innings of work, but a 2.2 ERA, and I think he's a solid guy. Not a lot of playoff experience, which is a concern, but he's rested. And the fact that Milwaukee won easily 9-3 on Saturday in what was maybe a flat spot after being off for a full week, I think they carry that momentum here. Not in a hurry to fade the best team in baseball. And the betting markets agree. Brewers are going from $1.25 up to $1.35. I think there's still value. They win this game. They take the 2-0 lead tonight. So take a look at the Brewers as well in the late game at 9:05 Eastern. And don't forget, if you're liking these free play videos, I do free play videos throughout the week for baseball, college and pro football. Basketball starts in a few weeks here on the channel as well. All you have to do is subscribe and click the bell for an instant alert on WagerTalk TV, and you will never miss out when a free play video is posted, including my Monday Night Football free play video, both side and total for the Chiefs-Jags game for free right here, right now on WagerTalk TV. And if you're liking free plays, check out a bonus NFL free play for next week, which is on my page right now, nice and early. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. Go get the daily free play right now and get there quicker with shortcut WT.buzz/SM.
All right, Steve. All right, we have something funny developing in the chat.
Uh-oh.
So it is Imanaga. So
I didn't try to say it. I couldn't remember either.
They're trying to help me do this. So I brought up. I have a buddy. He can't say Hideki Matsuyama. It always comes out Hideki. He says Hideki Matsui.
Gesundheit.
And Ethan has a friend. Is there a name or a word that you struggle with?
There's about half the players in the league now. I watch less games than I ever watched. I can't stand watching these games. I feel like I jinx teams when I watch the games, even though I'm not superstitious. So, yeah, I butcher these names all the time. And what I love, Andy, is the 10, 15,000 viewers we get on all the videos. 99% of the comments are positive, like, thanks, Steve. Let's all go get him. Let's win together. And, Steve, you mispronounced the backup second-string catcher who's in the game tonight for the Padres. It's like, yeah, thanks, buddy. Find something else to troll. So, yeah, I don't even try anymore. And you will notice that I said the Cubs starter. That's a great way to go.
It's really good. Try and pronounce in UFC when they got a Russian fighting an Asian.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
it's impossible. Like this guy versus this guy. All right.
Yeah, that's another trick is Andy. Like, well, you do UFC. I don't follow it, so I don't know any of the names. But when I used to I guest host for you on Thursday or Friday, and we have it, I'll be like, "What are your thoughts on this MMA UFC main event?" And then I'll just let them run with the. Teddy used to love that as well. Teddy was like me; he had no clue.
That's great. What do you think about the third fight of the night? All right, Steve, what do you have up for clients over at WagerTalk?
Yeah, I mean, don't forget tomorrow's $5 Tuesday. Andy, I got to show you the $5 Tuesdays always here. I'm still waiting for my $9 bill. As queer as a $9 bill. You can't say that anymore, right? But $9 baseball plays, MLB, every day, every play is $9. So, I mean, $5 Tuesday is fantastic, but get every baseball play right now through the World Series for just $9. It's a great offer. And I talked about the free plays as well. Hockey starts tomorrow on Tuesday. We're really going to try to make WagerTalk the hockey source this year for free plays, free information. Baseball free plays up. I've got that advanced NFL play as well right now for next Sunday. And, some best bet specials as well. So check out my page, SteveMerrillWagerTalk.com, and get there quicker with shortcut WT.buzz/SM.
Great work, Steve. Great breakdowns. Don't forget to check out all of his free play videos. He does the Fade the Public NFL video, which the Fade the Public plays are going well, aren't they? I watched the last video. Those are kind of hitting.
Yeah, it's interesting, Andy. Last year the public got off to a really strong start. I think the first 3 or 4 weeks of September. And then you remember I was like that first or second week in October, the sports books had like one of their worst weeks ever with all favorites. It's been slow and steady this year. It's just been like, the public's been like 1-2, 1-3, 1-2. So, they're only hitting about 35% right now on those best bets that I put in the video. And, once again, just for the new viewers, as you know, is like, we're not saying to play them or fade them. I'm just giving you the information. But it's been working well this year. And I have a feeling that's not a coincidence because the public did really well out of the gate last year. And only 3 games qualified this past week, Andy, whereas when they get hot, there'll be 5 or 6 really public games. So we'll see how that goes here in the month of October.
All right. Steve Merrill, everyone, thank you. Great job. All right. Another sports coming up here, guys. NHL starts. We got to bring in Carmine Bianco. I can't believe it's here, Carmine. We get to bet on NHL. We get to bet on NHL props. My gosh, it's here. How excited are you?
I'm very excited. It's a great time to be in Toronto right now, believe it or not, even though I'm not a Leafs fan. I was downtown Toronto yesterday, the Blue Jays and Yankees, and then watching football. Pretty much all of the 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock games while my wife was getting a 6-hour tattoo done, Andy. So, yeah, I tried to bribe the girl into putting WT.buzz/CB on there, but it didn't work. But I'm looking forward to it. Listen, NHL is here. NFL is here. It's been a great run in NFL as well, too. 7 straight winners for me. I think I must have been the square yesterday because 3-0 sweep yesterday. I had Tennessee. So I'm pretty happy about that as well too. But NHL, NHL is kicking off on Tuesday. Only 3 games, but it's going to be action packed because of the Olympics. They're going to start squeezing in a lot of games before that break comes up. So it'll be interesting to see nonetheless, but it is a great season. I got a couple client plays that are season-long prop plays for you.
I can't wait. We're going to support a team and we're going to fade a team. We always love fading. I always say it's so much easier for bad teams to be bad than it is for good teams to be great every single night. So let's talk about the Pittsburgh Penguins. Why are you fading them?
Yeah, so I initially put this one out because I thought the number was at least a couple points too high. The Pittsburgh Penguins under 78.5 points. It's now down to 76.5 at DraftKings, and this is a team, and it's just a team that I think is going to be near the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings and near the bottom of the standings overall. I think they're projected probably now. I saw just this past weekend, they're projected to be in the top or the bottom 4 overall in points. This is a team that 3 years ago, 91 points, 2 years ago, 88 points, last year, 80 points, and they only got to those 80 points by winning 3 of the last 4 games. Obviously, Mike Sullivan gone, new coach, first-year coach as well too, and Dan Muse. But this is a team it's going to be a retooling season for the Pittsburgh Penguins. It's going to be a long year for them. Got aging stars. Listen, I love Sidney Crosby, but he's 38 and could be a player that they move at the trade deadline as a rental player, and then he returns to Pittsburgh for another season. If they're able to win that first-round pick and get McKenna, he's the perfect mentor for a young superstar in their first year. You got Letang, 38 years old, Malkin, 39, Carlson, 35, Rust, 33. So there's a lot of players. I hate to say it, but they're on their last legs with this Pittsburgh team, and it's just a long season for them. So I released that's under 78.5, but it's at 76.5, and I still like it, Andy, at 76.5.
All right, let's go to a team we're going to support. This is an interesting one, but we're going to your hometown team here with Toronto. A little bit of changes with the roster, but you still think they're going to be strong this year?
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway is outside of Toronto, the first thing that comes to people's minds is Mitch Marner's no longer in Toronto. How do you replace 102 points from him? It is by committee. They have enough talent on that team, and this is a team that 3 years ago, 111 points, 2 years ago, 102 points, last year, 108 points. I think the second year under Craig Berube, he is putting in a plan on this team and how he wants them to play and play a better defensive game as well too. So it is not about just scoring a ton of goals. It is about minding the team defensively. You have Stolarz, who is injured in the playoffs. They were the only team to take Florida basically to 7 games with a chance to knock them out. But goaltending issues became a problem in the playoffs for them, with Stolarz getting injured and having Wall and Hildeby. But this is a team, 99.5 points. I think the number's short here. And a couple of reasons. I think the white noise around the whole Mitch Marner thing that was with the team all season long last year is now gone. They can focus on playing hockey. And then I think from a divisional perspective, you have teams in their division that I think are going to get off to slow starts. The Boston Bruins. This is a team that the Boston Bruins are in the same boat, as the Pittsburgh Penguins. I don't think as bad, but this is a team that is projected to get 80 points. 80.5 points is the Bruins projection this year. And this is a team that I think 2 or 3 years ago won the President's Trophy with 132 points. So it is, I think it's going to be a tough season for the Bruins. The Leafs get to play them. The Bruins normally have their number, but this is, I think this is where the Leafs get a leg up on them. And then the Florida Panthers, 2-time Stanley Cup champions. This is a team that is, again, always stacked, but they're pretty much going to go the whole season without Barkov, who has, it looks like, a season-long injury. And Nosek and Matthew Tkachuk are likely going to start the season on long-term injury reserve. So you have a couple big pieces of that team that aren't, and it's another one. It's another next man up scenario for Paul Maurice and the Florida Panthers. But being in that division, I think the two best teams in that division after the injuries, not before the injuries, after the injuries are going to be Toronto and the Tampa Bay Lightning. I expect a good season from the Tampa Bay Lightning as well, too. I think it's one of those seasons where Florida just wants to get into the playoffs. They'll be one of the top three in the Atlantic. They'll make the playoffs. They know they can win on the road. This team is built for the playoffs, but we're not talking about playoffs. We're talking about the regular season, and over 99.5 points is doable for the Leafs. And you guys know how tough I am on the Leafs, Andy. I am tough on the press.
We've seen and we've heard.
Yeah, you know, the last time the Leafs won the Stanley Cup, Andy, here's some facts for you that you might not have known and the viewers might not have known. The Leafs last won the Stanley Cup in 1967. Gas was 33 cents a gallon. A slice of pizza was 15 cents. There was only 6 teams in the league, and a house cost $14,000. Those are the prices of the last time the Leafs won a Stanley Cup. But apparently they are Hockey Town, or they'll tell you they are. So I would kill for a 15-cent slice of pizza right now, let me tell you.
Oh, it sounds good. Now I'm getting hungry.
But
I'm in their corner
as far as points.
I think the $14,000 house, to be honest with you. That'd be my pick. So
that's smaller goals for me.
Tell everyone about Puck Time and what you have up for everyone.
Yeah, Puck Time is going to be exciting this year, guys. We kick it off tomorrow, 11 a.m. live. It's always Monday to Fridays unless there are no games on, which oddly enough, on Friday of this week, there are no games. But brand new segments this season. I'm going to do a season-long bankroll builder with a play of the day if one is available. And we will keep a running count on it every single day of the show. More game coverage, much like WagerTalk today and the way you're running this show, Andy, which is absolutely fantastic. We'll bring in guests like the Prez, Brian Leonard, who does fantastic in NHL, Don Buster, and they'll come on and break down a single game. And then Andrew and I will cover some games as well, too. So it is and of course, the swag. We always have some swag, and we'll do some giveaways. Nice. All season long, but it is the best damn hockey show around. So you got to tune in and watch it. With that said, Andy, I have a great promo. NHL 200. NHL 200 will get you $200 off the entire NHL season. That is a great deal. Likely not going to be any lower than that all season long. So if you want to take advantage of it, NHL 200, and let's kick it off with some winners on the ice tomorrow night.
Love it. Carmine Bianco, it is the best hockey show. Can't wait to get these hockey bets and hockey props in. So thank you, Carmine. Great breakdown for everyone. Before we go, Dan, I just have to give you a shout out. One of your best, if not best weekend of predictions. You navigated Survivor. You gave out like a hellacious, what was it, like a 37-1 parlay. So Dan, you were absolutely on fire.
It was a nice weekend. That's for sure, Andy. And you have to celebrate them when they come along. You know what I mean? Yeah. So the folks who were watching on WagerTalk last call, we gave out the Dallas Goddard anytime touchdown scorer, the Waller anytime touchdown scorer, and then we liked Rashid Shaheed over his longest reception. I didn't expect his longest reception to be like 70 yards, but it certainly was over 19.5, which was just a crazy number that they hung there. So, I mean, especially when you cash for clients, when you give out the free plays here too. It's nice when people give you some props for it, because usually you only hear about the ones that you lose. Even when they're free plays, Andy, why the hell did you give me that prop in your today's free plays that lose? Yeah. So it's nice when you hear the kind words, because in this industry you don't really get too many kind words.
And we're set up beautifully in Survivor. You've only used one team that is in the division lead right now, and that's the Colts. So you're set up very
now.
Very
now
well.
The question is this week, Andy, and we'll be able to talk about it all week long. 14-point favorites, the Green Bay Packers versus the Bengals. Yep. Could the craziness happen again this week? Time will tell. Time will tell. I got to look at some stats of the Packers coming off the bye, and then maybe we'll just be locking in that 14. Yeah.
I'm staring hard at that Ravens team. That was my pick, Houston. That was pretty much no sweat.
That was great.
I'm looking at teams to fade. I might be looking at them. So, all right, that's going to do it for us. You know what? I should do an update every week on my fantasy football team. That's the worst fantasy football team ever. I'm losing by 56 points this week. I have not won a game. I have not even been close to winning a game. You could not have drafted a worse team than me. I have already benched my first round pick, Dan. That's how bad it is. He's not hurt. But my first and second round picks are on my bench. Oof. That's how terrible this team. When you draft Brian Thomas and Chase Brown 1-2, you're done. My leading scorer this week was my kicker.
It's about as bad as you can do.
My kicker was my leading scorer. It's the worst fantasy football team that has ever disgraced the airwaves. I don't know. All right, that's going to do it for us. NFL Best Bet is up over at wt.buzz/AL. One thing that is going well is our NFL plays. 8-2 run, and we're 6-1 in primetime games. So go grab that. Only one play that we felt good enough to put our own money on. That is up. And we got our 5% UFC Best Bet. That is up. Coming up with great 5% cash on Saturday, and we got one for this Saturday, and I already know we're going to have one for the next Saturday, the way the cards and the lines are. So thanks so much for joining us. Hit the like button. Leave us a comment. Tell us what bet you like. Tell us what word you struggled to pronounce, and we'll see if I put what words you struggle to pronounce in the comment section. I'll try and pronounce all of them tomorrow. How about that for a gimmick? All right, we're going to do it again tomorrow, noon Eastern at 9.